fellow.
Waheguru Ji. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ।
ਗਏ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਹਮਾਰੀ, ਜਿਉ ਪਿੰਡ ਸਭ ਤੇਰਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਕਹੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਭ ਤੇਰੀ ਵਡਿਆਈ, ਕੋਈ ਨਾਉ ਨਾ ਜਾਣੈ ਮੇਰਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਅਰਦਾਸ ਓੰਕਾਰ। ਸ੍ਰੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸ੍ਰੀ ਭਗਉਤੀ ਸਹਾਇ ਵਾਰ। ਸ੍ਰੀ ਭਗਉਤੀ ਕੀ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਦਸਵੀਂ। ਪ੍ਰਥਮ ਭਗਉਤੀ ਸਿਮਰ ਕੈ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਲਈ ਧਿਆਏ, ਫਿਰ ਅੰਗਦ ਗੁਰ ਤੇ ਅਮਰਦਾਸ ਰਾਮਦਾਸੈ ਹੋਈ ਸਹਾਇ। ਅਰਜਨ ਹਰਿ ਗੋਬਿੰਦਨੋ ਸਿਮਰੋ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿ ਰਾਏ, ਸ੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿ ਕ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨ ਜੀ ਧਿਆਈਐ, ਜਿਸ ਡਿਠੇ ਸਭ ਦੁਖ ਜਾਏ। ਤੇਗ ਬਹਾਦਰ ਸਿਮਰਿਐ, ਘਰ ਨੌ ਨਿਦਾਵੈ ਧਾਏ, ਸਭ ਥਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਜੀ ਸਹਾਇ। ਦਸਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ, ਸਭ ਥਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਜੀ ਸਹਾਇ। ਦਸਾਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਆਤਮਿਕ ਜੋਤ, ਧੰਨ ਧੰਨ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਾਠ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਦਿਦਾਰ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਤਰਕੇ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ। ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ। ਪੰਜਾਂ ਪਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਚੌਹਾਂ ਸਾਹਿਬਜ਼ਾਦਿਆਂ, 40 ਮੁਕਤਿਆਂ, ਹੱਠੀਆਂ ਜੱਪੀਆਂ ਤੱਪੀਆਂ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਿਆ ਵੰਡ ਛਕਿਆ। ਦੇਗ ਚਲਾਈ ਤੇਗ ਵਾਹੀ, ਦੇਖ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ ਅੰਡਿਠ ਕੀਤਾ, ਤਰਾਂ ਪਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਸਚਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਤਰਕੇ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ। ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ। ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਸਿੰਘਾਂ ਸਿੰਘਣੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਧਰਮ ਹੇਤ ਸੀਸ ਦਿੱਤੇ, ਬੰਦ ਬੰਦ ਕਟਾਏ, ਖੋਪਰੀਆਂ ਲੋਹਾਈਆਂ ਚਰਖੜੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਚੜੇ, ਤਾਂ ਨਾਰਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਚਰਵਾਏ ਗਏ, ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਲਈ ਕੁਰਬਾਨੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ, ਧਰਮ ਨਿਹਾਰਿਆ, ਸਿੱਖੀ ਸਦਕ ਕੇਸਾਂ ਸਵਾਸਾਂ ਸੰਗ ਨਿਵਾਹੀ, ਤਿਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਕਮਾਈ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਤਰਕੇ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ। ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ। ਪੰਜਾਂ ਤਖਤਾਂ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਤਰਕੇ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ। ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ। ਪ੍ਰਥਮੈ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਸਰਬੱਤ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਕੋ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ 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 ਨਾਮ ਚਿਤਾਵੈ, ਚਿਤਾਵਨ ਕਾ ਸਦਕਾ ਸਰਬ ਸੁਖ ਹੋਵੈ। ਜਹਾਂ ਜਹਾਂ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਰਖਿਆ ਰਿਆਇਤ। ਦੇਗ ਤੇਗ ਫਤਿਹ ਬਿਰਧ ਕੀ ਪੈਜ, ਪੰਥ ਕੀ ਜੀ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਸਹਾਇ। ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਕੇ ਬੋਲ ਬਾਲੇ ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ। ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦਾਨ, ਕੇਸ ਦਾਨ, ਰਹਿਤ ਦਾਨ, ਵਿਵੇਕ ਦਾਨ, ਵਿਸਾਹੋ ਦਾਨ, ਭਰੋਸਾ ਦਾਨ, ਦਾਨਾ ਸਰਦਾਨ, ਨਾਮਦਾਨ। ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨੀਏ ਇਸ਼ਨਾਨ, ਚੌਂਕੀਆਂ, ਝੰਡੇ ਬੰਗੇ, ਜੁਗੋ ਜੁਗਾ ਟਲ। ਧਰਮ ਕਾ ਜੈਕਾਰ। ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਕੇ ਬੋਲ ਬਾਲੇ ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ। ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦਾ ਮਨ ਨੀਵਾਂ, ਮਤ ਉੱਚੀ, ਮਤ ਪੱਦਾ ਰਾਖੈ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ। ਆਪ ਆਪਣੇ ਪੰਥ ਦੇ ਸਦਾ ਸਹਾਈ ਦਾ ਤਾਰ ਜੀਓ। ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਨਨਕਾਣਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਅਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਗੁਰਧਾਮਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਪੰਥ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਛੋੜਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ, ਤਿਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਖੁੱਲੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਦੀਦਾਰ ਅਤੇ ਸੇਵਾ ਸੰਭਾਲ ਦਾ ਦਾਨ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਖਸ਼ੋ ਜੀ। ਹੇ ਨਿਮਾਣਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਮਾਣ, ਨਿਤਾਣਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਤਾਣ, ਨਿਓਟਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਓਟ। ਧੰਨ ਧੰਨ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀਓ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ। ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਹਜੂਰ ਚਰਨਾਂ ਕਮਲਾਂ ਵਿਖੇ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀਓ, ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਦਾ ਸਦਕਾ ਮਹਾਨ ਉਦਮ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਵਿਦਿਆ ਵਿਚਾਰੀ ਤਾਂ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਯੂਥ ਸਿੰਪੋਜੀਅਮ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਹਰ ਸਾਲ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਨ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀਓ, ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਦਾ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਪਾਰਟਿਸਿਪੇਟ ਕਰਨਾ, ਰਹਿਮਤ ਕਰਨੀ। ਸਮੂਹ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਸਿਰ ਤੇ ਮਿਹਰ ਪ੍ਰਿਆਤ ਰੱਖਣਾ, ਟੀਚਰਸ ਜੱਜਸ ਦੇ ਸਿਰ ਤੇ ਮਿਹਰ ਪ੍ਰਿਆਤ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀਓ ਆਪਣੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਆਪ ਲੈ ਲੈਣੀ। ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਮਦਾਨ, ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖੀ ਜੀਵਨ, ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨੀ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀਓ। ਸਮੂਹ ਪਰਿਵਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਿਰ ਤੇ ਮਿਹਰ ਪ੍ਰਿਆਤ ਰੱਖਣਾ, ਆਪਣੇ ਦਰੋਂ ਘਰੋਂ ਨਾਮਦਾਨ, ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖੀ ਜੀਵਨ, ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨੀ। ਦੁਕਾਲੰ ਪ੍ਰਣਾਸੀ ਦਇਆਲੰ ਸਰੂਪੇ ਸਦਾ ਅੰਗ ਸੰਗੇ। ਅਭੰਗੰ ਵਿਭੂਤੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪ ਅੰਗ ਸੰਗ ਸਹਾਈ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਕਰਨੀ, ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨੀ ਜੀਓ। ਕਰੋ ਕਿਰਪਾ, ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਹੁਕਮਨਾਮੇ ਬਖਸ਼ ਕੇ ਨਿਹਾਲ ਕਰੋ ਅਤੇ ਆਰੰਭਤਾ ਦੀ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਹੈ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਰਟਿਸਿਪੇਟ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਆਰੰਭਤਾ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰੋ। ਸਹੀ ਪਿਆਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੇਲ ਕਰਾਉਣੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਮਿਲੇ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਚਿਤ ਆਵੇ। ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ, ਤੇਰੇ ਪਾਣੇ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਦਾ ਭਲਾ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਦੋਹਰਾ ਗਿਆ ਭਈ ਅਕਾਲ ਕੀ, ਸਭ ਸਿੱਖਨ ਕੋ ਹੁਕਮ ਹੈ। ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਜੀ ਮਾਨਿਓ, ਜੋ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੋ ਮਿਲਵੋ ਚਾਹੈ। ਰਾਜ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ख्वार होए सब मिलेंगे, ख्वार होए सब मिलेंगे। बोले सो निहाल। वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ। ਆਓ ਹੋ ਸਿੱਖ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਕੇ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਹੋ, ਗਾਓ ਹੋ ਸੱਚੀ ਬਾਣੀ। ਬਾਣੀ ਤਾਂ ਗਾਓ ਹੋ ਗੁਰੂ ਕੇਰੀ, ਬਾਣੀਆਂ ਸਰਬਾਣੀ। ਜਿਨ ਕੋ ਨਦਰ ਕਰਮ ਹੋਵੈ, ਹਿਰਦੈ ਤਨਾ ਸਮਾਣੀ। ਪੀਵੋ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਸਦਾ ਰਹੋ ਹਰ ਰੰਗ, ਜਪੋ ਸਾਰੰਗ ਪਾਣੀ। ਕਹਿ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਦਾ ਗਾਵੋ ਇਹ ਸੱਚੀ ਬਾਣੀ। ਸੋ ਕਹੋ ਟਲ ਗੁਰ ਸੇਵੀਐ, ਐਨਸ ਸਹਿਜ ਸੁਭਾਏ। ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਪਰਸੈ ਗੁਰੂ ਕੈ, ਜਨਮ ਮਰਨ ਦੁਖ ਜਾ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ, ਧੰਨਾ ਗੋਪਾਲ ਤੇਰਾ ਆਰਤਾ। ਜੋ ਜਨ ਤੁਮਰੀ ਭਗਤ ਕਰਨ ਤੇ, ਤਿਨਕੇ ਕਾਜ ਸਵਾਰਤਾ। ਗੋਪਾਲ ਤੇਰਾ ਆਰਤਾ। ਜੋ ਜਨ ਤੁਮਰੀ ਭਗਤ ਕਰਨ ਤੇ, ਤਿਨਕੇ ਕਾਜ ਸਵਾਰਤਾ। ਰਹਾਉ। ਦਾਲ ਸੀਧਾ ਮੰਗੋ ਘੀਓ, हमरा खुशी करे नित जियो। पनिया साधन नीका, अनाज मंगो सत सीका। गौ भैंस मंगो लावेरी, एक ताजन तुरी चंगेरी। घर की गीहन चंगी, जन धन्ना लेवै मंगी। गौ भैंस मंगो लावेरी, एक ताजन तुरी चंगेरी। घर की गीहन चंगी, जन धन्ना लेवै मंगी। वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह। सतगुरां दी पावन पवित्र गोद दे विच विराजमान समूह बच्चे, परिवार, टीचर्स, जजेस सारे सुशोभित हैं। सब तो वड्डी दात है जो आपां माँ बोली दे नाल जुड़दे हाँ, गुर इतिहास दे नाल जुड़दे हाँ। इन्हां कंट्रियां दे विच आपां होर तरक्कियां बड़ियां करदे हाँ, और जदों तक अपनी आपां माँ बोली नाल नहीं जुड़दे, गुर इतिहास दे नाल नहीं जुड़दे, बाणी दे नाल नहीं जुड़दे, होर अपने काम कार कीते सारे व्यर्थ ने। इस करके गुरु साहिबान ने सानू बाणी दे नाल जोड़िया, क्योंकि बाणी दे विच बड़ी पावर है। जो भी कार्य तुसी आरंभ करते हो, जे बाणी दा आसरा लैके गुरु चरणों दे विच अरदास करके आपां वो कारज आरंभ करिए, उस कारज दे विच गुरु आप अंग संग सहाई हुंदा है। महाराज सच्चे पातशाह इन्हां सारिਆਂ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ चढ़दी कला बख्शिश करन। इन्हां दे हौसला उपजाई लई आपां एक जयकारा बुलावांगे। बोले सो निहाल। भैन हरदीप कौर मल्ली होर इन्हां दी सारी टीम, जिन्ने भी टीचर्स ने, वलंटीयर्स ने, ये अणथक सेवा है। क्योंकि इन्हां कंट्रियां दे विच टाइम कड्ढना भी बड़ा औखा, अपने बच्चों लिए टाइम कड्ढना औखा है, तो अपने सारी संगत वास्ते, सारे बच्चों वास्ते, सारिया फैमिलियां वास्ते इन्ना उपराला करते हैं। महाराज सच्चे पातशाह इन्हों भी हमेशा चढ़दी कला रखण जी। वाहिगुरू जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरू जी की फतेह।
वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह। तो सारी संगत नूं सब तो पहला तो आप ये दसीए कि अज 21 टैक्सस रीजनल कॉम्पीटिशन आप डैलस च कर रहे हैं। एंड दिस इज़ एन अचीवमेंट दैट वी हैव बीन हियर फॉर सेंचुरी, 2 century plus, but all because of the parents and the participants. So सारे participants, parents, judges, volunteers, भाई साहब, कमेटी एंड एवरीबॉडी, सारियां दा बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। फ्यू अनाउंसमेंट्स आई एम गोना डू टुडे। आई नो अज अपने इत्थे गतके दा भी कैंप चल रहा, सो थोड़ी जी आंदे जांदे थोड़ी डिस्टर्बेंस होंदी होएगी, ते असी सारी संगत नूं कहना है कि रल मिल के आपां ने एक दूजे नूं ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਚੁੱਪ ਦਾ ਦਾਨ ਬਖਸ਼ਣਾ, ਚੁੱਪੀ ਦਾ ਦਾਨ ਬਖਸ਼ਣਾ, ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲੀ when a participant is speaking. And sometimes they are only speaking for 5 minutes, sometimes for 6 minutes, but just ਉਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਬੋਲ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਸੇਵਾਦਾਰ ਅੰਦਰ ਰੱਖੇ, ਅੰਦਰ ਦੀਵਾਨ ਹਾਲ ਦੇ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਨੇ, ਇੱਕ ਬਾਹਰ ਨੇ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਬੱਚੇ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਡਿਸਟਰਬੈਂਸ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ। ਜਦੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਬੱਚੇ ਨੇ ਸਪੀਚ ਕਰ ਲਈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ 3 ਮਿੰਟ ਹੋਣਗੇ, 2-3 ਮਿੰਟ ਜੱਜਿਸ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਲਿਖ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਦੂਜੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਅਨਾਊਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਕਰਨਾ, ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਆ ਕੇ ਮੱਥਾ ਟੇਕ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਰਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਜਸਟ ਥਿੰਕ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਇਟ। This is a competition where the kid has his thought process. Somebody comes in and he has his eye contact with that person and can forget it, right? So just ਆਪਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਹੈਲਪ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਐਂਡ ਸੰਗਤ ਦੇ ਹਰ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਹੱਥ ਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਾਂਗੀ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਇਰਦ ਗਿਰਦ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਮੂਵਮੈਂਟ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਬੋਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਆਪਣੀ ਡਿਊਟੀ ਸਮਝਿਓ ਕਿ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਚੁੱਪ ਕਰਾ ਦਿਓ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਭੁੱਲ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਦੈਟ ਦੇ ਆਰ ਮੇਕਿੰਗ ਦ ਨੋਇਸ ਨੋਇੰਗਲੀ, ਬਟ ਭੁੱਲ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਯਾਦ ਰੱਖੀਏ। ਤੇ ਪਾਰਟਿਸਪੈਂਟਸ ਵੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੋ, you are so excited to tell your parent ਕਿ how did I do, right? So you want to talk. But in the meantime, ਅਗਰ ਦੂਜਾ ਬੱਚਾ ਸਪੀਚ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚੁੱਪਚਾਪ ਬੈਠ ਜਾਣਾ, ਬਾਅਦ 'ਚ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਲਿਓ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਨਾ? ਐਂਡ ਆਈ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ ਕਿ ਐਕਸਾਈਟਮੈਂਟ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਭੁੱਲ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਈ ਵਾਰ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਬੱਚੇ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਅਨਾਊਂਸ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਉਹ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਮੱਥਾ ਮੱਥਾ ਟੇਕ ਕੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਏਗਾ, ਐਂਡ ਜਦ ਤੱਕ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਫਾਈਨਲੀ ਰੈਡੀ ਬੋਲਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ, ਉਦੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਅਸੀਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਸਪੀਚ। ਸੋ ਫਿਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਪੀਚ ਫਿਨਿਸ਼ ਕਰਤੀ, ਇੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਸੇਵਾਦਾਰ ਖੜੇ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਉਸ ਬੱਚੇ ਤੋਂ ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਸਲਿੱਪ ਨੂੰ ਕਢਵਾਉਣਗੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਪੈਕਟ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ, ਜ਼ਿਪਲੌਕ ਬੈਗ 'ਚੋਂ, ਔਰ ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਗਾਈਡ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾਪਸ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਥੇ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰ, ਚੌਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰ। ਐਂਡ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਦੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪੋਡੀਅਮ 'ਤੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਪੀਚ ਬੋਲੇਗਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਵਾਂਗੇ। ਐਂਡ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀ, one after another group we are gonna do together. In between ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਾਣਾ ਹੈ, ਥੋੜਾ ਕਿਆ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਦਿਲ ਸਨੈਕਸ ਖਾਣਾ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਲੰਗਰ, ਸਾਰੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਅੱਜ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ, ਪਰ please make sure that nicely and quietly that you go out. And I understand you have to use the bathrooms, but we are going to be very, very cognizant of other participants. So remember that. And that's the main thing. So with this one, now I will say, apne sare phones vibration te rakh lo. And sometimes vibration bhi ਇੰਨੀ ਜ਼ੋਰ ਕੇ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ disturbance ਹੋ ਹੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ. So maybe low volume te rakhiyo. Maybe this is, I'm talking about myself. And keep, and of course judges will keep their phones away, and they have been trained. Everybody ਇੱਥੇ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀ, judges ਦੀ training 1 hour ਦੀ virtual we have done very well to them. So ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਲੋੜ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ judges ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਹੈ, ਕੀ ਹੈ, but we will give their introduction after each group. So after each group we will tell who they are. So now the competition is from 6 years to 22 years with 5 groups here. They have read the books, they have the questions that they are going to answer. And Ramanveer ji, one question is that when the second participant comes, the name will be on the computer. So judges, just the last minute reminder is that if you have not heard the name when you are writing the comments, don't worry. The name will be given to you before the speech starts, and it should be on board there too, right? On computer there too. So this way, no disturbance when you are doing your comment writing. And we are going to do 2 minutes for sure in between the participant, but 2 to 3 minutes will be by the time we make an announcement and the next one comes, next participant comes. So it will be close to 3 minutes this time. The next one is ਜੈਕਾਰਾ। ਆਪਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਦੇ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਬੱਚੇ ਦੀ ਸਪੀਚ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ ਜੇ ਜੈਕਾਰਾ ਬੋਲ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ, ਉਹ ਬੱਚੇ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਵੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਫਸਟ ਆ ਗਿਆ, ਐਂਡ ਜੱਜਿਸ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਇੰਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਨ ਉਹਦਾ ਪੈ ਸਕਦਾ, which they will not, and they have been trained. ਪਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੇ ਜੈਕਾਰਾ ਐਂਡ ਆਫ ਈਚ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਲਗਾਉਣਾ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਣੇ ਯਾਦ ਰੱਖਿਓ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ। ਐਂਡ ਬੈਲ ਦੀ ਹਰ ਵਾਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਕਿ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਮਿੰਟ ਤੇ 3 ਬੈਲਸ ਵੱਜਣੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਹਰ ਗਰੁੱਪ 'ਚ। The first group, just I will tell, speech the time ਅਸੀਂ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ 5 minutes. But first bell will be 4 minutes, 30 seconds. Second bell will be at 5 minutes, and the third bell will be at 5 minutes, 30 seconds. So that will be announced by the Sevadar, and jo ki thanu questions bhi pad ke jaange. After that, we have talked all the things to the judges. I'm still looking at timekeeper has the time sheets, and anything else, anybody? Okay, if you think, so I'm going to give this responsibility to the judges, to the parents, or to the sevadars. If you cannot hear the participant, we can stop them and we can start it again, okay? Because we don't want it to go against them. Still, I would like to have another mic, Birji, agar tusi another bhi le do, because ਇਹਦੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਕਈ ਬੱਚੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਛੋਟਾ ਘੱਟ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਨੇ, ਹਲਕਾ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਨੇ, ਮਤਲਬ ਵੋਲਿਊਮ ਸਮਟਾਈਮਸ ਉਹ ਵਾਲਾ ਦੇਖੋ, ਹਾਂ, that is always better. This is the best. ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਛੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸੁਣ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ? ਚਲੋ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ. If it doesn't work, then we will take it. Maybe on the side ਤੇ ਰੱਖ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ. If it doesn't work, I just want all the kids, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਕਈ ਦੀ ਕੰਪਲੇਨਸ ਜਾਂ ਕਈ ਦੀ ਵਿਚਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਾਅਦ 'ਚ ਪੇਰੈਂਟਸ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਗੱਲ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਦੀ ਇੰਨੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਅੱਛੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣੀ, ਜੇ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ. So I want to take care of all the ifs and buts, but always remember, parents, means volunteers, judges, human error is always a possibility, right? Anything can happen, but here we can stop the speech and start again. So tell your participant, tell your kid too, कि अगर उन्हें लगता है मेरी आवाज़, हुन मैनू लग रही है मेरी आवाज़ बहुत अच्छी आ रही है. Earlier it was not that great. So अगर थानू लगता है थोड़ी आवाज़ ठीक नहीं आ रही, please tell the sevadar who is next to you. Okay. Anything else? Anybody has to say? Any questions from Sangat? Okay, then we are going to start. Okay. Oh, I can. मैनू बोलन दी कोई कमी नहीं. हाँ जी बेटा. Bell sound is she can. Yeah. This is good. Great. Yeah. ਭੈਣ ਜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਆ ਜਾਓ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰੀਏ. ਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੇਵਾਦਾਰ ਹੈ ਦਪਲੀਨ ਕੌਰ ਤੇ ਬੇਟਾ ਏਕਸ ਸਿੰਘ. So we are trying to train all these older participants who have participated before, even if they have done local area or any other places in their gurdwaras. We want to train them so they can take the stage seva. We are just watchers there. We can, so that is what it is in future. Local symposium च भी ये करन दी कोशिश करो कि stage दी सेवा जिन्नी तो जिन्नी असी बच्चियां नु दे सकिए, ताकि they feel confident, and this is the generation that we are gonna listen to and pass on all the things we have created. So Dapleen Penji aange and she will explain that. Also all the parents, we have a step stool this time. So it has the two different heights, and there are 2-3 different kind of step stools here. So jeda bachcha comfortable feel karega, that is what we will use. And hopefully next time they are saying that they are going to have a special kind of podium here in Richardson Gurdwara. The committee has told us. So hopefully that will work much better. Any more questions? Yes. And just in the beginning and in the end, nobody wants to hear that clearly. International competition is from 4th August to 7th August in Detroit. And here, I have to tell you, if you are first in each group, you are going to international. But 4th August to 7th August, if something you have already planned, don't tell me week before the competition or 2 weeks before the competition, because I want the second, the second position person in each group, I want them to go to international. ਪਰ ਜੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲਾਸਟ ਮਿੰਟ ਤੇ ਦੱਸਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਬੱਚਾ ਵੀ ਤਿਆਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਗਿਵ 1 week to everybody to confirm and call me ਕਿ yes my kid is going for the international, and first in each group will be going to the international in Detroit. ਹੁਣ ਮੇਰੀ ਤਰਫੋਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਪਾਰਟਿਸਪੈਂਟਸ ਨੂੰ best of luck. You all are the best of the best, right? Best of the best. So it doesn't matter what position it comes. Always remember, you are going to be one of these years in future standing here and talking about this symposium. This symposium is going to be passed to you. So position doesn't matter. Always remember that, beta. है ना? And best of luck. वाहिगुरु मेरा परे हाथ रखे। वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह।
Thank you, Malipanji. So we'll start with group 1. Age group is 6 to 8 years old. Book jehdi bachya ne padhi hegi hai, the name is My Guru's Blessings by Sardar Daljit Singh. The questions for judges and parents, there are 3 questions that they've attempted to answer in their speech. The first question is, when and why should you sing Vaheguru Ji's praises? Question 2, what should you do when you are scared? How can Vaheguru Ji help us when we are scared? And last question, who helps you learn? How does Gurbani help you learn? So those are the 3 questions. Time allotted, as Panji said, 5 minutes, per bell 4 minutes 30 seconds te bajegi, for 5 minutes and 5 minutes 30 seconds. With that, we'll get started. Pehla bacha.
The first participant is Avir Singh. Avir Singh. Waheguru Ji Kaka. Yes. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. We should sing Waheguru Ji's praises and remember him anytime and every time. I sing his praises for being thankful for him for giving me a loving family. I remember him and sing his praises when I'm in trouble. I say Waheguru Ji in the morning, thanking him for waking me up to a beautiful day. We should sing his praises because he's a creator all around us, protecting us. He's always watching over me and taking care of me and my family. My next question is, what should you do when you're scared? We should pray to Waheguru Ji. He'll take away our fears and make us feel good. It happened with me. One night I was sleeping in my room when suddenly I heard the sound of hail and storm through my room window. I was very scared and called for my mom. Then I remembered Guru Nanak Dev Ji, then started chanting Mool Mantar. Enkunkar Satnam Kartapurk Nepal Nevin and Anmurk 27 Gufasat Jap. Achach Gacha Chavisat Nana Kosi Be such. It only took me a few minutes to go back to sleep without feeling scared and feeling good. Waheguru Ji help us by watching over us and protecting us. When someone is bullying you, you feel scared. Instead, you should put your faith in Waheguru Ji. He'll give you the courage to face the bully and win over him. My teachers helped me to learn reading books, cursive writing, and my artwork. My mom helps me in school homework and projects. I learned basketball and jiu-jitsu from my professor coaches. Gurbani helps me to learn about my Sikhism, its cultures, values, and history. I love listening to Japji Sahib part in the morning, and my favorite Shabbat is Nanaka Aya, Ganta and Guru Nanaka Aya. I listen to the Shabbat in the car while going to school every day. I love you, Waheguru Ji, and your teachings. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
संगत जी, we are going to call the next participant. तब तक बच्चा आके इत्थे settle होएगा, the judges can wrap up their writing.
The next participant is Saiba Kaur. Saiba Kaur.
Judges ready?
Vaigur Ji ka Khalsa, Vaigur Ji ki Fateh. Guru Granth Sahib Ji says we should sing Vaigur Ji's praises all the time, even when we are not at home, because Vaigur Ji gives us all the food, fancy toys, clothes, shelter, and most importantly, our life. So we should be grateful for all the gifts. Guru Granth Sahib Ji, Vaigur Ji, I will always sing your praises, no matter whether I'm happy or sad. Guru Granth Sahib Ji says, whatever the deer, fish, and birds sing, they only chant the praises of God and no other. This is a special treat that we can enjoy anytime we want. The sweet treat is singing Vaigur Ji's name. Vaiguru means wow guru. The word itself is the praise of oneness. Simply by using this word as a mantra, we can feel connected to that force of life. It means to thank the Guru for the understanding and feeling that all is you, including me, and I am nothing without you. Singing the praises of Vaiguru will make your heart open up, and that's why it feels like a sweet treat. And without the Guru, there's only pitch darkness. Guru Granth Sahib Ji says, Bad Guru hai and Kubara. Everyone does different things to calm themselves down when they are scared. What I do when I'm scared is go to my mom and dad. Vaiguru is our mom and dad. Guru Granth Sahib Ji says, Tu mera pita, tu hai mera mata. When we are scared, we can follow Vaigur Ji, and he tells us what to do. Sometimes when I'm scared while walking to my room, I usually start walking fast and say to myself that I am not scared. Never forget, Gar Bar Tera Parvasa. For example, for the first time when I started bike riding, I used to fall down a lot and I was terrified of getting hurt. But when I trusted God and listened to my parents to practice the law on the road next to our house, then I was able to overcome that fear. Now I can ride my bike much farther without falling and getting hurt. I know I need a tiny bit more practice to be more stable on my bike and not wobble. I know in my heart fully that Vaigur Ji will keep me safe at school, while playing outside, and at home. When we place our trust in Vaigur Ji, our worries are gone and we become delighted. Vaigur Ji helps us to remember when we are scared. Tisse uppar nahi koe, kaun dare dar kiska hoye, which means nobody is higher than Vaiguru. Then why should Vaiguru's servant be afraid? What should she ever fear? Almost everybody helps me learn, like my teacher, Miss Savage, sometimes siblings, my parents, my music teacher, and I'm always thankful for it. Sometimes you can learn from making mistakes. For example, if you are taking a quiz and you get some answers wrong, and you might get a second chance, and you will probably get a better score by learning from previous mistakes. You can learn many things by listening to people. If you're not listening to people, then you're not listening to Vaheguru. If you listen to Gurbani every day, only then you will learn from Gurbani. This is my prayer, Vaheguru. Please help me to listen to Gurbani and understand what my Guru says. Guru Granth Sahib Ji says, Harkan Bani Sarvan Sunaha, Kar Kirpa Sat Guru Milaha. If you believe in Guru Nanak Ji, he shows you what to do and how to live your life. Through his Bani, he leads you just as someone would lead a blind person. If you hold Guru Nanak Ji's hand, he will always take you to the right spot. My prayer is, Deha Shivavara Moheha Shubhakaramanite Kabuhu Naturo. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
The next participant is Sej Kaur. Sej Kaur.
वाहेगुरु जी का खालसा वाहेगुरु जी की फतेह। ऐसी प्रीत करो मन मेरे आठ पहर पे बजानो नेरे। गुरु ग्रंथ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ ਕਿ ਹਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੇਜ਼ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ, ਭਾਵੇਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹੋਏ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਦਾਸ ਹੋਏ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਗੁਣ ਗਾਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਹਨ, just like the birds sing to ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ। ਸੁਖ ਵੇਲੇ ਸੁਕਰਾਨਾ ਦੁੱਖ ਵੇਲੇ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਹਰ ਵੇਲੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ। Guru Granth Sahib Ji says there is one special treat that we can all enjoy anytime we want. A treat hai Vaheguru Ji di ustat karni, just simply saying Vaheguru, Vaheguru with our tongue. Sanu Vaheguru Ji te bharosa rakhna chahiye hai. We should believe everything will be okay. We should trust Vaheguru Ji will do what's best for us. ਜਦੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਭਰੋਸਾ ਰੱਖਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ, we don't have to worry. He'll always show us the right path. ਜੀਵਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਐਸੀ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ when things don't seem to happen the way you want them to. You might feel scared. At that time, think about ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ. ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰੋਗੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ brave feel ਕਰੋਗੇ. ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗੇਗਾ. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ gives you courage and strength to face the tough situation. राखा एक हमारा स्वामी सगल कटाका अंतरजामी. Vaheguru Ji will always help you no matter what. He is always watching over you. The farmer protest is current example. Standing against the government is pretty scary. You might have already noticed how Sikh history played a big part to win this protest. Farmers took inspiration from the history and had faith in Vaheguru Ji. Vaheguru Ji helped them survive the hot summer, the rainy season, and the harsh winter while living on the road. We should have faith in Vaheguru Ji like Bhagat Prahlad did. He had so much faith in Vaheguru Ji that even fire couldn't scare him. Ram japo ji aise aise, jo Prahlad japo har jaise. Vaheguru Ji ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ protect ਕਰਨਗੇ, ਬਸ ਭਰੋਸਾ ਰੱਖੋ. Wise people always stay open to learn new things. You learn from your parents, teachers, and friends. Books, blogs, and many other resources can help you learn new things. Recently, one of our community members, Jakaran Singh, showed how learning can help you win the National College Championship. Susan ਤੇ ਸਿੱਖਣ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹਰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਵੀ ਯਾਦ ਰੱਖੋ, ਫਿਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਆਏਗਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਮਹਾਨ ਹਨ and how much he loves you. Gurbani tells you to listen to others, learn day by day, and to be merciful. Gurbani helps you connect with the true Guru. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਬਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਭੁੱਲ ਚੱਕ ਦੀ ਮਾਫੀ, ਗੱਜ ਕੇ ਫਤਿਹ ਬੁਲਾਓ. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ.
The next participant is Naira Kaur.
ਕੇ ਆਵੇ ਸਿੰਜੋ ਪਾਵੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਬੁਲਾਵੇ ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀ ਆਓ ਫਤਿਹ ਸੰਚ ਕਰੀਏ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਸੋ ਕਿਉਬਿਸ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ ਸਭ ਕੁਛ ਦਿਆ ਸੋ ਕਿਉਬਿਸ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ ਜੀਵਨ ਜੀਆ how can we forget the Supreme Lord who created us, who created animals and birds around us, who created this universe and the entire galaxy. We should praise Waheguru for giving us this beautiful world to live in. The way to connect and have a conversation with Waheguru is through his Shabbats. Everyone should sing Waheguru's praise. Waheguru should be remembered no matter what. Waheguru is pleased when we remember him. There is only one Almighty God. Guru Nanak Dev Ji said, Kave ko taan, hove kisi taan, kave ko dachre nisan, kave ko vidyaya char. We should praise when we are happy and even when we are sad. We can praise Waheguru in morning and out loud at any time and any place. Just like the way you can talk to your parents, anytime you can talk to Waheguru too. Just close your eyes and feel within, and you will see him helping you, whatever you are doing. We should praise him during the day and at night, just like the birds sing to Waheguru. Guru Ramdas Ji said, whenever the deer, fish, and birds sing, they all chant the praise of God. Ram Japoji, Esse, Esse, Dur Prahlad, Japio Jesse. History teaches us the great story of Prahlad, who continues to chant Waheguru even when the king ordered to only praise the king and threw him off a mountain, tried to burn him in the fire. It was Prahlad trusting God that saved him and protected him from the evil king. Har Juga Juga Bhagata Apaya Ter Jukta Aya Ram Raja Harankas Distamaya Balataraya. What is fear? Fear is the frame of mind that you need to win. So how do you fight your fear? How do you gather the strength and courage to win your mind? How Skubusik in the book and to fight his fear of from thunders and blowing winds. What do you think? Yes, it's a Gurbani by doing Path. When we pray to Waheguru, we get that strength. Prayer is a process through which we learn to trust God. We trust that Waheguru will always protect us in every phase of life. That Diwan lagi, Barbam Shanai, Gatamaram ka Daklina Bai. Sangaji, learning, is an integral component of being human. Human beings do two things very well, survive and learn. Every day we learn and continue to learn. Although we may not be fully conscious of when learning is occurring. You should never stop learning, as life never stops teaching. You learn many things when you listen to your parents, grandparents, and teachers. You can learn by going to school or by listening to people around you. If you listen to Gurbani every day, you'll learn how great Waheguru is and how much he really loves you. Gurbani helps us evade 5 vices: Kam, Kro, Lobh, Moh, and Akar. Which are the great enemies and kids of man and cause much suffering. Panje Padde Mahapalika Sache Toa. Apni charan japavan which they grow. Our gurus in their Bani such a strong message to mankind and teaches us the virtue of humility, compassion, contentment, and patience. Gurbani teaches us the love and respect for all human beings and that there is only one God. Aval Allah Nirapaiga Raja ke sabande ek nurke sabj upja kaapale kamande. Waheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji ki Fateh.
Judges, the last participant of this group is Jaskirat Singh. Jaskirat Singh. Vaheguru, Vaheguru, Vaheguru. Vaheguru, Vaheguru, Vaheguru. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀ, ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਸਵਾਲ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੜੀ ਧਿਆਨ ਨਾਲ ਸੋਚਣਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਸਿੱਖ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਨਮ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਸੰਸਕਾਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਤੇ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਤੋਂ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਨੇ। ਸਾਡੇ ਮਾਂ-ਪਿਓ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋੜਨ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸਿਖਾਉਣ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਸਕੀਏ ਅਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਣ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਲੈ ਸਕੀਏ ਅਤੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੇਵਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੁੜੀਏ। ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਫਰਜ਼ ਸਾਡੇ ਮਾਂ-ਪਿਓ ਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦਾ ਬੀਜ ਬਚਪਨ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਬੀਜਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ, ਉਹ ਬੀਜ ਵੱਡਾ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਫਲ ਦੇਵੇ। ਇਹ ਉਸ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਤੇ ਛੱਡ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਜੇ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਤਿੰਨ ਅਸੂਲ ਯਾਦ ਰੱਖੀਏ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਜੀਵਨ ਸਫਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਗੁਰਮਤਿ ਕਲਾਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਸਿਖਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ, ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਵੱਡਾ ਕਰ ਸਲਾਹੀਏ ਜਿਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਵਡਿਆਈਆਂ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਦੀ ਵਡਿਆਈ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਵੀ ਕਰੋ ਉਨੀ ਥੋੜੀ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਤੇ ਬਸ ਉਸ ਦੀ ਵਡਿਆਈ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਗੁਰੂ ਦੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਰ ਪਲ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਦਾ ਸ਼ੁਕਰਾਨਾ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਉਸ ਵਾਸਾਂ ਦਾ ਜੋ ਉਸਨੇ ਬਖਸ਼ੇ ਹਨ ਅਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਲੋੜ ਦੇ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਖਿਡੌਣੇ, ਕੱਪੜੇ, ਘਰ, ਦੋਸਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਸਦੀ ਮਿਹਰ ਨਾਲ ਮਿਲੇ ਨੇ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਸ ਇਸ ਵਾਸਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਸਿਮਰਨ, ਪਾਠ ਅਤੇ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਅੱਗੇ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਸੇਵਾ ਅਤੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਨਾਲ ਜੋੜੀ ਰੱਖੇ। ਸੁਖਮਨੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਪਾਠ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਸਮਝਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ, ਸਿਮਰੋ ਸਿਮਰ ਸਿਮਰ ਸੁਖ ਪਾਵੋ, ਕਲ ਕਲੇਸ਼ ਤਨ ਮਾਹੇ ਮਿਟਾਵੋ। ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਹੈ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਜ਼ੁਬਾਨ ਅਤੇ ਸੁਰਤ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਲ ਜੋੜੀਏ ਤੇ ਬਸ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਦੀ ਵਡਿਆਈ ਕਰਦੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਮਾ ਜਾਈਏ। ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਦੀ ਓਟ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਾਂ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਾ ਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ, ਜਾ ਤੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਵੱਲ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਆ ਮੁਛੰਦਾ, ਤਦ ਸਭ ਕੁਛ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੌਂਪਿਆ ਜਾ ਤੇਰਾ ਬੰਦਾ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕਬੀਰ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਤੋਂ ਡਰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ, ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਮਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਡਰ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਨ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਹਨੇਰੇ ਦਾ ਡਰ, ਇਕੱਲੇ ਘਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਡਰ ਜਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਉਚਾਈ ਦਾ ਡਰ। ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਮਝਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ, ਨਿਰਭਉ ਜਪੇ ਸਗਲ ਭਉ ਮਿਟੇ, ਜਿਸ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਹੈ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਦੀ ਉਸਤਤ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ। ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੋ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੀ ਸਿਫਤ ਸਲਾਹ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਫਿਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਪਾਉ ਜਾਣੀ ਕਿ ਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੇਗਾ। ਸਾਡੇ ਡਰ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਛੋਟੇ ਪੈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਨ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਅੱਜ ਯੂਕਰੇਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਸੋਚੀਏ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਅਗਲਾ ਪਲ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ। ਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ, ਵਿਣ ਭੋਲਿਆ ਸਭ ਕੁਛ ਜਾਣਦਾ, ਕਿਸ ਆਗੇ ਕੀ ਛੇਦਾਸ, ਨਾਨਕ ਕਟ ਕਟ ਇੱਕੋ ਵਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਸ਼ਬਦ ਕਰ ਪਰੇ ਪ੍ਰਗਾਸ। ਇਹ ਬਸ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰੋ ਕਿ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਡੇ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਨਾਲ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਸੁਣਦਾ ਹੈ। ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕੀ ਸਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਕੀ ਗਲਤ। ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਬਸ ਆਪਣੇ ਡਰ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੰਮ ਪੂਰੀ ਧਿਆਨ ਅਤੇ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਨਾਲ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਉਹ ਚਾਹੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਈ ਹੋਵੇ, ਸਪੋਰਟਸ ਗੇਮ ਹੋਵੇ ਜਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਕੰਮ। ਅੱਗੇ ਗੱਲ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸ ਤੋਂ ਸਿੱਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਇਨਸਾਨ ਦੇ ਸਿੱਖਣ ਦਾ ਸਫ਼ਰ ਬਚਪਨ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਾਂ-ਪਿਓ, ਭੈਣ ਭਰਾ ਤੋਂ ਸਿੱਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਫਿਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਦੋਸਤ, ਟੀਚਰ ਅਤੇ ਸਕੂਲ ਤੋਂ। ਇੱਕ ਸਿੱਖ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਹੈ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਸਿੱਖਦੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ। ਜੇਕਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਅਧਿਆਤਮਕ ਜੀਵਨ ਵੱਲ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਫਿਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਟੀਚਰ ਧੰਨ ਧੰਨ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਤੋਂ ਸਿੱਖਣ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੈ। ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਅਤੇ ਸਾਖੀਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਝ ਸਿੱਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸਾਖੀਆਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੀਮਤੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਸਿਖਾਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਹਨ ਜੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਰਤ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਬੜੀ ਧਿਆਨ ਨਾਲ ਮੂਵੀਜ਼ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਾਂ ਖੇਡਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਇਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਬਾਰੇ ਦੱਸੇ, ਇੱਕ ਚੰਗਾ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਸੁਣੋ ਅਤੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਪਣਾਓ। ਅਸੀਂ ਰੋਜ਼ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੁਰਬਾਨੀਆਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਅਤੇ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਕੇਸਾਂ ਸਵਾਸਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਨਿਭਾਈ। ਸਾਡਾ ਫਰਜ਼ ਹੈ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਤੋਂ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਲਈਏ ਅਤੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਜੀਵਨ ਸਫਲ ਕਰੀਏ। ਅਸੀਂ ਰੋਜ਼ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨ ਅਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਮਨਮੁਖ ਅਤੇ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਬਣਨ ਦਾ ਬਲ ਬਖਸ਼ਣ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
Sat Sangat ji, those were all the participants for Group 1. Sangat ji, I want to take a minute to acknowledge our judges. For Group 1, Arpinder Kaur, Ramit Kaur, ਤੇ ਜਸਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਕੌਰ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ। ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ it's appreciated, highly appreciated, I must say. ਹੁਣੇ ਓਕੇ। ਤੇ ਗਰੁੱਪ 2 ਦੇ ਜੱਜਸ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਚਰਨ ਕੌਰ, ਅਰਪਿੰਦਰ ਕੌਰ ਤੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕੌਰ, ਸੌਰੀ। ਓਕੇ, ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕੌਰ। ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣੇ group 2 ਦੇ questions announce ਕਰ ਦੇਣੀ ਆ. So group 2 is 9 to 10 years old. Book is Sikh Sakhis for the Youth Part 2, Sikh Martyrs by Sikh Missionary College, Ludhiana. The judges ਜਿਹੜੇ 3 questions group 2 ਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ. Question 1. What were the basic reasons that prompted numerous Sikh martyrs to sacrifice their lives? How long did these conditions last? Should we watch out for such conditions even today? Question 2. After reading 9 chapters on Sikh Shaheeds in the book, has your faith in the Sikh way of life changed or not? If yes, how? If not, why not? Last question. Is age a factor in one's willingness to sacrifice one's life for the sake of one's principles? When forced to choose between giving up their principles for a comfortable life or sacrificing their life for their principles, why do martyrs choose to sacrifice their life? So these are the 3 questions all these kids will attempt to answer in their speech. If judges are ready, we'll call the first participant. Acha, theek hai. We'll start in 2 minutes. The first participant for group 2 is Manveer Singh.
ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਦਾ ਜਵਾਬ ਫਤਿਹ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ. Centuries ago, Bhagat Kabir ji said, "Marta marta jag mua marbina jane koe, aisi marni jo mare bohor na marna hoye." Whoever dies, let him die, such that he does not have to die again. In the book of Sikh Sakhis for the Youth, the author describes many examples of Sikh Shaheeds who earned the honorable death that Bhagat Kabir ji talked about. Why would one be willing to give their own life? The answer to that question from the view of our Sikh martyrs is simple. The answer is love for humanity and dedication to their Guru. Since the beginning of the 17th century, starting with the murder of Guru Arjan Dev Ji, Sikhs had laid down their lives to uphold the basic human right of religious freedom. Sikhs had prices put on their heads by greedy and evil people interested in land, money, and power. This led to martyrdom of thousands of Sikhs for over a century. Unfortunately, the world we live in 2022 still has racial and religious injustice in it. A Sikh should not be afraid to stand up to bullies. He or she should speak against injustices against themselves and against others of different religions and races. Injustice against humanity is not someone else's problem. It's a Sikh's problem. After reading the 9 chapters of Sikh Shaheeds in the book, my faith in Sikhi has grown. I've said Ardas many times, saying the words, Jinnah Singha Singhiya, Ne Taram Het Sees Dithe, Ban Ban Kataye, Kopriyan Luhaya, Charke Te Chare, Aryal Nal Charaye. Honestly, I did not know what these words truly meant until I read about the cruel murders and sacrifices of Shaheeds like Bhai Taru Singh, Bhai Mani Singh, Bhai Suped Singh, Bhai Shahbaz Singh, and Bhai Mehtab Singh. I have learned that so many Sikh Shaheeds had given up their lives for the right of religious freedom. No one should ever be forced by another to be Muslim, Hindu, Christian, Sikh, or any other religion. I am proud of my Sikh ancestors who laid down their lives before me to uphold these values, and I am proud to wear the Nishani on my dastar, my crown upon my head that reminds others and myself the value that Sikhi stood for and still stands for. The dastar does not allow me to hide from my call to serve humanity. I am proud of modern-day Sikhs like Ravi Singh from Khalsa Aid and those who set up oxygen lungers during the coronavirus pandemic, putting themselves in harm's way, and those like Deputy Sandeep Singh Taliwal, who paid the ultimate sacrifice of protecting others. Tan Tan Guru Nanak di Sikhi, Tan Tan Guru Nanak de Sikh. Reading the book, I learned that it should not matter if you're a 6-year-old child like Baba Fateh Singh, a teenager like Kaka Hakikat Rai, or if you're a 92-year-old man like Bhai Mani Singh. It does not matter what age you are. A Sikh should be willing to give up their comforts of life and, if needed, sacrifice his or her life for their principles. Our Sikh martyrs chose to sacrifice their lives because they saw the true meaning of Sikhi. It's not just reading the message of Gurbani, but living the message of Gurbani. They followed the path that Guru Nanak Dev described so many centuries ago. Joto prem khelan ka chao, sir tar tali gali meri aao. Itamarag pair tajije, sir tije kaan na kije. If you want to play the game of love, first put your head on your palm. If you set foot on this path, don't hesitate to give your head. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh.
The next participant is Adesh Singh. Adesh Singh.
Guru Pyari Sat Sangat Ji, आओ फतेह सांझी करिए वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह. A good Sikh is a Sikh, fully devoted to the true Guru. Sir jave ta jave, mera Sikhi sadak na jave. The basic reasons that prompted numerous Sikh martyrs to sacrifice their lives is their firm belief in faith, freedom of worship, and refusal to submit to any kind of attack by anyone. Pehla man kabul, जीवन की आस, हो सबना की रैन का, तो आओ हमारे पास. For a Sikh, the perfect shaheed is the one who died not just in a battle, but also the one who suffered death by refusing to renounce his faith, tenets, and principles. Sikh experience through the years gave rise to this type of ideal martyrdom. The conditions started since the times of the Gurus, with Guru Arjan Dev Ji regarded as the first Sikh martyr. These conditions have continued until recent times. The episode of the Wisconsin Gurdwara and other hate crimes, like the recent ones in New York, reminds us that we need to watch out for these conditions even today. Due to the mistaken Sikh identity, ignorance, and supremacist ideologies. After reading each of the 9 chapters on 6 shaheeds in the book, my faith in the Sikh way of life has deepened. It made me realize that retaining faith for a Sikh is superior to retaining life. Whatever we all may do, we all have to die someday. Why not die with courage and not abandon our faith? We must live and die as a Sikh, as nothing gets better than that. Desh Shivaba Mohe hai, Shubh Karm ante kab ho na taro, na daro rasyo jab jaya, Nischay kare apni jeet karo, al Sikh ho apni hi man ko, e लालच हो गंतों उचरो, जब आपकी ओर निदान बने, अथी वन में तब जूझ मरो. The profound story of the martyrdom of Chal Sahibzade will long live in every Sikh's heart. The story of Kaka Hakikat Rai reminds us that Sikhs do not lie even if they have to die. Baba Banda Singh Bahadur was brutally tortured, but he and other Sikhs did not give up in their faith. Bhai Taru Singh Ji sacrificed his life in the name of protecting Sikh values by having had his head scalped rather than cutting his hair and converting to Islam. Mughal rulers killed many Sikhs for refusing to obey their orders and for opposing the persecution of Sikhs. In our current times, the strength of the Sikh martyrs gives me courage to fight against bullying and other challenges we young Sikhs face in school and in our communities. I believe that age is not a factor in one's willingness to sacrifice one's life for the sake of one's principles. The tender-aged Chote Sahibzade, Baba Zorawar Singh and Baba Fateh Singh serve as an example for all Sikhs on how to live and die with dignity. They remained near Bo and acted gracefully with great self-confidence and firmly refused to give up their faith. Baba Jal Singh and Baba Jeet Singh all chose to sacrifice their lives at young ages. Their story gives me courage to have self-respect and not give in to bullies. I learned martial arts to to defend myself and others and live my life with dignity. Their lives also encourage me to be fearless when I'm afraid to try something new or feel intimidated at school or while playing sports. Our Sikh history teaches us valuable lessons, and our daily ardas reminds us of the good Sikhs who sacrificed their lives in the name of protecting Sikh values. Chinna Singha Singha ne Dharam het sees ditte ban ban kataye खोपिया लुहाइया चरख्या ते चले आया नाल चलाए गए गुरद्वारिया दी सेवली गरबानिया कीतिया धर्म नहीं हारिया सिक्की कैसा स्वासा नाव निभाए तिना दी कमाई दा त्यान करके खालसा जी बोलो जी वाहिगुरु वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह.
The last participant of this group is Anhad Singh. Anhad Singh.
Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. You may have heard of Sakhis, which are the amazingly true stories of so many inspiring soldiers and blaze trailers over the many centuries. The Sakhis in this book covers roughly about 40 years of Sikh history, depicting unparalleled bravery and steadfast conviction. Imagine, some even lied to be martyred, to uphold their principles, such as Kaka Hakikat Rai. He was just a teenager and not even born of a Sikh family, but he was willing to die along with his Sikh comrades. Life is precious. So then,
What motivated numerous Sikh martyrs to throw away everything they had? Their lives, you may ask. Gobind milan ki e teri bariya. Here are a few reasons. 1. It enables future generations to have peace, freedom of thoughts, worship, and human rights without any fear. 2. Because death will come sooner or later. Why not die with courage, upholding the principles, like rebelling against tyrants, or not accepting conversion under force, like Bhai Taru Singh Ji, or to raise people's voices, like Bhai Bota Singh Ji and Bhai Gadja Singh Ji. Instead of living longer with no honor, martyrs chose to sacrifice their lives sooner. And 3, when rulers are corrupt, wicked, and lost all sense of justice, then it is the duty of the warriors and common people alike to bring the tyrant to justice. To tie it together, it is so that the future generations, the masses, the society, and the world at large can enjoy peace, freedom, and justice without any fear. And only martyrs could truly understand that. Sawa lakh se ek ladao, tabe Gobind Singh naam kahan. Now you might be wondering, how long did these conditions last? To put it shortly, these conditions are still present. When upright people lower their guards, these conditions will always rise up. We should always be on the lookout and be prepared to take action. Take the Kisan Morcha, for example. The anti-farmer laws had passed in India in 2019 December to capture the common man's land and give it to the larger companies. Having heard about martyrs, the cause of sparing farmers rose up immensely. In the following months, streets were overflowed with protesters, all being lined up at the borders of Delhi for a full year. 750 farmers lent their lives, but they never gave up, and victory was theirs in the end. A non-Sikh example is the current Ukraine war, and it is the defiance shown by Ukraine that has kept them standing for over 3 months, and they're still going strong. And about the impact of these Sakhis on my faith, in Gurbani we read, Babaniya Kahaniya Put Saput Karen. Before, I thought Gursikhs to be like superheroes who did amazing things that I could never achieve. I could never imagine myself in their place. But after reading the Sakhis of Kaka Hakikat Rai, who is just of my age, I realized that I can be so much more just like our saint soldiers, doing sandwich seva for the homeless shelter at the Gurdwara Sahib, and canned food donations at the school. I stand up to bullies, helping others through difficult times, and I do kirtan and gatka, which helps me learn and follow the teachings of Vaheguru. And I am blessed for how I look and act, blessed to be a Sikh and have a long and beautiful case. And in this way, not only does my faith in Sikhi grow, but I also attain higher levels of divinity myself. Many people have heard about the Chote Sahibzade, Kaka Hakikat Rai, and others, and they will always ask, would a little child be afraid of something as big as death? The answer lies in whoever understands the principles of Sikhi and how it is so crucial, so imminent to save the future. It depends on the strengths and weaknesses for them to overcome death. But in the Gurbani scriptures themselves, Vaheguru says that death is not something to be afraid of. It is something part of everybody and everything in this universe and beyond. Jo to prem khilan ka chao, sir tar tali gali meriyao, it marg pair tari ja, sir di ja kanan ki ja. Gurbani lines assure us of divinity behind the sacrifice and make us stronger in the faith. And the Sakhis we learn ensure us that these are not just lofty ideals, but true stories. Someone learned it, someone gave the sacrifice, and it are today safer. So once it is understood why to sacrifice, age will never be a factor to sacrifice for the principles of Sikhi. The strength that Vaheguru gives them leads them through any doubt and fear and to overcome any obstacles. Why? Because the Guru-driven and awakened mind knows very well that this is a very small price to pay for the betterment and justice for many generations to come. There was a huge awakening after the sacrifice of Guru Arjan Sahib Ji and Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji. They put themselves on the front line so the rest can live in peace and be influenced to fight another day. So to simply put, it is a small, very small price to pay for the betterment of many generations to pass by. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
That was group 2. ਹੁਣ ਅਸੀਂ group 3 ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ. Age group 11 to 13 years. Book ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ Brief History of the Sikh Gurus by Sikh Missionary College, Ludhiana. Time allotted 6 minutes. The bell same 5 minutes 30 seconds, 6 minutes and 6 minutes 30 seconds te hoegi. The 3 questions are: question 1, many Sakhis in the book caution us against meaningless rituals. Why do most of us still fall for such rituals? Why is it important that we do not engage in them? Question 2, what approaches did Guru Nanak Dev Ji and other gurus use for spreading their message to the masses? Learning from those approaches, how can we spread Sikhi's message of oneness of all humanity in the world? Question 3, what do the lives of our gurus teach us about how to get close to Vaheguru? Why do we need to be close to Vaheguru? How does it benefit us? Judges for group 3 are Jaskiran Kaur, Inderpal Singh, and Kulveer Singh. Thank you so much. The first participant for group 3 is
Tejas Singh. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. This book talks about many rituals, and we all follow a few in our daily lives. This is because we have been taught to accept them as part of a legacy which flows in our religion or family. Sikhism, as we all know, is a derivative from the Hindu religion, which believes in different types of gods and goddesses. And that is one strong reason why we fall for these rituals. We need to question the rituals and confirm if they align with the teachings of our gurus. For example, Guru Nanak Dev Ji confronted the rituals about wearing the janeo and refused to wear it because it would break after some time. He mentioned that he would like to wear one that made compassion the cotton, contentment the thread, modesty the knot, and truth the twist. He said, "Please bring one which will imbibe all of these qualities, and I will wear it." It is very important for us to not engage in meaningless rituals, because a true and dedicated prayer is the one when the meanings of the hymns dwell in our mind while we are reciting it. Mere dedication of gods without grasping the crux of it is not a real prayer. And unfortunately, this is what happens when we blindly follow the rituals. A Sikh must question the rituals, the way gurus question giving water to the sun or educating yogis in Gorakh Mutt. We should believe in one God and align our mind and soul with Him. Chit charan kamal ka asra, chit charan kamal sang jore. Guru Nanak Dev Ji did extensive land journeys within India and abroad, spreading his universal message to the masses of Kirat Karni, Vanchakna, and Nam Japna. He said to believe in Ik, do selfless service, share and care with the needy, earn an honest living, shed all inequalities, and be compassionate to others. Aval Allah, Nur Upaya, Kudrat ke sab bande. Our gurus used kirtan to spread their teachings and taught people how to reach the stage of Brahm consciousness. Guru Angad Dev Ji developed the Gurmukhi script to write Gurbani for the masses. He also gave the institution of Langar, which further helped in promoting the spirit of equality among people. Guru Arjan Dev Ji gave the concept of secularism by requesting Mian Mir Muslim to lay the foundation stone of Harmandir Sahib. Guru Hargobind Ji laid the foundation for political attitude by constructing a Kal Takht and by carrying Miri and Piri. He gave a new direction to Sikhs to defend their faith with arms. Sikhism is a way of life, and it helps us to understand Ik, oneness. I would like to amplify this idea through social media, school debates, and as part of community discussions, and tell people that Guru actively encourages us to look at everything as one, not as multiple different things. God is not someone who lives above the cloud and has a long white beard. God resides in each and every one of us, you, and you. Humanity is the biggest asset we all have, and it should not be confined in watertight compartments, labeled by different religions or gods. Miri and Piri can be practiced empowering oneness and standing against dictatorships and meaningless practices. Gurus taught us to get close to Vaheguru by absorbing ourselves in God's divine name, or by doing meditation and remembering one and only one God. Gurus shared through practical examples that unmeaningful rituals do not take us close to Vaheguru.
Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji mentioned that we don't need to go anywhere to seek God. He resides within us as fragrance of a flower or our own reflection in the mirror. Being close to Vaheguru gives us the wisdom and courage to enter deep within our mind. Sikhs believe that life is a cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. By constant remembrance of God with a pure heart and righteous living, one can attain mukti and happiness in this world. However, because human life is not perfect, we must accept God's love and grace to be liberated from the cycle of June and be united with God. Acquiring wisdom through Bani and Sangat helps us to get closer to Vaheguru and develop different virtues such as truthful living, compassion, patience, contentment, love, humility, and self-control. These virtues can benefit us to improve the quality of life and mental well-being through the practices of Sikh meditation and mindful living. Jiske sir upar tu swami so dukh kaisa paave. Vaheguru ji ka khalsa, Vaheguru ji ki fateh.
The next participant is Pahul Kaur. Yeah, I'm fine. वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह। ए सीस चुगावा में तेरे हजूर नानक, बन जाए दिस जिंदगी दा ए दस्तूर नानक। सिक्ख्या गुरबानी दी मेरे दिल विच वस जाए, ए तीर अनयाला ए जो दिल विच दस जाए। Before the advent of Sikhism, many religions had become engrossed in worthless rituals and sacrifices, which brought no spiritual enchantment or value to the life of devotees. There were so many Sakhis in the book where our Sikh gurus spoke strongly against worthless ritualism and misguided superstitions. Sikhi condemns the practice of blind rituals, worshipping of idols, participating in religion fasts, and pilgrimage to holy places. Believing in these rituals will not get you closer to Vaiguru or make you a better person. These rituals and superstitions are an irrational belief arising from ignorance or doubt. Many people around the world follow these ritualistic and worthless behavior at times of worry, uncertainty, or trouble. But they do not realize that these superstitions are like a disease for the mind. It brings confusion and fear and takes you away from reality. From a very young age, Guru Nanak Dev Ji was disillusioned by social inequalities and religious hypocrisy he observed around him. He believed a single divine force created the whole world and lived within it. He instilled in the masses the need to live a life of righteousness, to respect the rights of others, the need of equality, and to remember that there is only one God. In 1699, when Guru Gobind Singh Ji gave Amrit to his Sikhs, Gada was one of the mandatory symbols to be worn by all Sikhs. It is a symbol of understanding and awakening among the Sikhs that they should have no faith or belief in any imaginary gods or goddesses, and that there is only one God. Guru Nanak Dev Ji traveled extensively to promote his vision of divine oneness and social equality. He established community centers and places of worship, wrote his own compositions, and institutionalized a system of leadership that would carry forward his vision. He laid down the 3 pillars of Sikhi: Naam Japna, Kirat Karni, and Vanchakna. Each of the 10 gurus in their own way made a great contribution towards the growth of Sikhi. While some focused on bhakti or devotion, others focused on shakti, both physical and spiritual. The Sikh gurus raised a strong voice against the socio-economic and political exploitation. They established the concept of Sangat and Pangat to encourage equality. And then, the formation of Khalsa Panth and introduction of the Panch Kakars continued to provide the community with the collective identity, binding together individuals on the basis of shared belief and practice. A true Sikh is the one who cultivates the spiritual self while also communities around them. Our Sikh brothers and sisters around the world came forward during this pandemic to help people with food, medicines, and oxygen tanks. Khalsa Aid is an international NGO which provides humanitarian aid in disaster areas around the world and works on principles of Manas ki Jaat Sabe Ek Pehchanbo. The other day, I saw a sticker that said coexist on someone's car. Each and every letter represents the symbol of religion, gender, equality, and peace. The sticker described principles of Sikhi. And Sat Sangaji, to my surprise, the owner of the car was a Sikh fellow. It made me feel proud that he was following Sikh principles. Then there's Shivpreet Singh, who is spreading Nanak's message of oneness through music. Our gurus have provided us with the teachings and guiding principles that will enable us to get closer to Vaiguru. Guruji has stated clearly that no one can attain spiritual and religious heights merely by outward display of symbol and image. As true Sikhs, our character and actions need to reflect the qualities of humility, bravery, valor, and kindness, and service. We can learn from the lives of our gurus on how they highlighted these qualities. Guru Nanak Dev Ji introduced the practice of langar because of his belief of oneness for humanity. Qualities of service and discipline are highlighted in Guru Amar Das Ji's dedication towards the service of his Guru. The establishment of the practice of Das Fund by Guru Arjan Dev Ji and using it for famine and epidemic victims reminds us to show kindness and share with the needy. The bravery and compassion of Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji to willingly give up his life to protest religious freedom and other tyranny. And finally, the valor sacrifice of Guru Gobind Singh Ji, who lost all his sons and parents to protect the beliefs of Sikhi. It was their closeness to Vaheguru and full faith in Vaheguru's Bana and Sikh principles that would have enabled them to attain their goals. Being close to Vaheguru and following the Gurmat teachings, it will also allow us to take the right decision at times when you have to choose between the right thing to do according to Sikhi versus the easy thing to do. Whether it is a choice to help someone in need or take an ethically correct decision, these teachings serve as a guide at all times if we truly make them a part of our daily lives. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
The last participant of this group is Ishveer Singh.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Sad Sangat Ji, one of the core fundamentals of Sikhism is not believing in rituals. Yet, many members of our Sikh society still fall prey to such acts for a multitude of reasons. To fully understand why so many Sikhs still do these things, we must first establish what a ritual is considered to be. Rituals are acts such as the Janeu ceremony mentioned in the book, using symbols or actions that are meant to give us a holy or superior status with the Vaheguru, like the thread in the ceremony. The reason so many of us carry out rituals is because it is easier to do so, easier to look like a more faithful Sikh to others. Keeping cash and wearing kara are much easier tasks than adopting a whole mindset and keeping to the Sikh principles of sharing with others, being compassionate and kind, and earning an honest living. Fear of not being able to have control over your circumstances also drives many people into doing rituals, hoping for better outcomes in their endeavors. In addition to this, rituals can be relieving in times of worry, as you're placing that burden on someone you cannot necessarily see or hear. After all these reasons why people are attracted to rituals, you may be thinking, are they such a bad thing? Yet, rituals distract us from what is truly important, being a good Sikh through our actions and our traits. As Guru Nanak Dev Ji stated heavily during his Janeu ceremony, Daya kapa santok sutjat, Gandhi satvat, e Janeu jiyaka haitapadekat. Guru Nanak Dev Ji also asked Pandit Hardayal if by wearing the Janeu will he become kind, compassionate, honest, and truthful. Through asking these questions, Guru Nanak Dev Ji identified what is truly important, and that carrying out a ritual does not necessarily make one a superior being. Instead, actions and thinking processes matter much more about themselves, and that they have met the greatness that Vaheguru expects of us. If we are instead focused solely on being a good Sikh through our actions and their impacts, we come out of this situation a much better human being and Sikh. Guru Nanak Dev Ji was one of the greatest and most revolutionary philosophers of the 14th century. His methods to spread the message of Sikhi were both numerous and effective. Firstly, he used his udasis in the form of 4 long journeys in different directions, to Tibet in the north, to Sri Lanka in the south, to Saudi Arabia in the west, and to Bangladesh in the east, trying to spread the message of Sikhi to as many people as possible. 2 of his other tools in bringing about the message of Sikhi were Sangat and Pangat. In Sangat, everyone, regardless of background or social status, could sit together and meditate on Guru Nanak's hymns, accompanied by Bhai Mardana's Rabab music. The idea of singing praise of God is a universal trait, and was a key component of how Guru Nanak spread the message of Sikhi. In Pangat, everyone, regardless of caste, would sit together on the floor and eat free meals, or langar, spreading the Sikhi message of equality, as king and servant would sit side by side. We can learn from Guru Nanak's various methods and pull them into the present by altering them slightly to meet the modern era. One thing we can learn is to treat all people the same, as Guru Nanak helped and treated everyone, regardless of caste, the same. In the present day, there isn't a really influential caste system, but racial disparities are still there. We must learn to help all communities, regardless of ethnic backgrounds. We must not be bystanders in today's world, but be active participants of all aspects of society. We must be involved socially in today's world, as the gurus never sat idly by, but took a stand for what they knew was right, and were always involved. Despite being such influential people of their times, the gurus led surprisingly normal lifestyles. They proved we don't need to shy away from our daily life in order to be closer to Vaheguru. For example, after his udasis, Guru Nanak lived on a farm for 20 years. The true way to get close to God is by going about our day-to-day life as kind, compassionate human beings, and by reciting Vaheguru's name so we never forget him. We need to be close to Vaheguru for countless reasons. The stronger, the more intense belief we have in him, the closer we are to him. Being close to Vaheguru gives us the strength and guidance to deal with tough times the right way. This leads to a virtuous, honest life, which results in us having inner peace and contentment. When our steps trail Vaheguru's, he helps pull the load of life. When Vaheguru is close to us, we are never alone in our day-to-day problems. Yet, he does not promise that our problems will disappear, only that we have the strength to deal with them. We trust in Rab Dabana, or God's will, and always stay in Chardikla. And Only by being close to Vaheguru can we obtain mukti, which means we are relieved of the cycle of life and death. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
That was group 3. We'll get started with group 4 now. Judges, thank you again so much for your help here. Group 4 ਦੇ judges ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਜਸਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਕੌਰ, ਤੇਜਪਾਲ ਕੌਰ, ਰਵਕਿਰਨ ਕੌਰ. Group 4, the age group ਹੈਗਾ 14 to 17 years. Book is The Valiant Jaswant Singh Khalra by Sardarni Gurmeet Kaur. ਜਿਹੜੇ 3 questions ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ, question number 1. Jaswant Singh Khalra was born into a newly partitioned Punjab after an arduous fight for freedom that left many families suffering through separation and poverty. Many of his own family members made great sacrifices for the Sikh community. Describe how the stories that he heard from his Bapuji and the struggles he witnessed during childhood inspired him to commit his life to seeking justice for the Sikh Qaum. Question 2. The Indian government went to great lengths to weaken the economic, social, and moral fabric of Punjab by way of federally instituted policies. Explain how these policies and the resultant geopolitical landscape set the stage for the various Sikh movements discussed in the book to gain momentum. Last question. The Sikh people have a long-standing history of fighting injustice and championing social rights, even in the face of incredible odds. What relationships can you draw between the issues and circumstances that laid the foundation for the Sikh movements discussed in the book and those that led to the recent Indian farmers' protest? What lesson can we learn from the challenges and successes of the farmers' protest to help prepare our global Sikh community for any attacks on our rights and liberties in the future? Time allotted is 7 minutes. Pehli bell 6 minutes 30 seconds, then 7 minutes, and last bell 7 minutes 30 seconds. Judges, are you ready? All right.
The first participant in group 4 is Ajuni Kul. Ajuni Kul.
गुरु प्यारी साध संगत जी वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह सूरा सो पहचानिए जो लड़े दीन के हित पुरजा पुरजा कट मरे खबू न छाड़े खेत. As Sikhs from day one, we are taught to protect and fight for the underprivileged, no matter what obstacles come our way. We never give up. Sikhs have a long and courageous history of fighting for what we believe is right and making sure everyone surrounding us is able to have the same opportunities. This rich history has inspired generation after generation to take a stance against even the greatest odds. There have been many Sikhs who have made noble sacrifices for the Sikh community, but also stood up for other communities in need. Just one thing, an ordinary Sikh boy born into a newly partitioned Punjab grew up hearing Guru Sakis and many inspirational stories by his Bapuji, of the Sikh heroes fighting for equality for all people and standing up bravely for any injustices they see. Babaniya Kahaniya Put Sa Put Karan. Stories of glorious past ancestors inspire goodness in a child. One such story was of Mai Pago, a Sikh female warrior. Not only was she an inspiration to Jaswant, Mai Pago has been a huge influence to me. Jaswant was also intrigued by the life of Bhai Taru Singh. Bhai Taru Singh gave his life but did not let go of his faith. Just how the earlier generations had inspired him, Jaswant wanted to be that inspiration and light for the future generations to come. Antkar Deepak Bargase. In the pitch darkness, a lamp shines forth. Listening to these stories, Jaswant Singh understood the plight of families whose children were notoriously taken away and were killed in the encounter. He fought to bring justice to these families. Being able to relate and understand the struggle of brave Sikhs from Punjab was a huge advantage to Jaswant's journey for inspiration. Those whose sacrifices have paved the way for the freedom and equal treatment of Sikhs. Jaswant believed that he too could be that inspiration for this, so he could commit his life to seeking justice for the Sikh Qawm. Jaswant's biggest inspiration had to be that of his very own grandfathers, who fought to further the revolutionary movement for freedom. Jaswant was able to better understand the struggles and sacrifices as well as form a connection with his relatives, who in fact had grown up in the same region as he had. The dedication of many brave Sikh leaders have been influential to me and many Sikhs in our community. The influential Sikh leaders in history are our ancestors and perhaps our family. So if them, why not us? We as a current generation must take a stand for what is right in order to influence the coming generations. We must stand with our brothers and sisters who may not be able to stand by themselves. Why let them stand alone when we can be there by their sides? Those who fight for the community and stand with justice for all are the true warriors and heroes. They don't worry about their own life, and as the end result, they just fight, as that is the right thing to do. Punjab, with the Sikh majority, faced the main burns during partition, and later the government policies tried to weaken the economic, social, and moral fabric of Punjab. The Indian government kept denying recognition to Punjab as a Punjabi language state, even though it organized other states based on their native language. This led to the Punjabi Suba movement. Punjabi, the 1,000-year-old language, Sadi Guruan di Boli, Sadi Ma Boli, was denied the status of being an official language in its very own land. The government even made chanting Punjabi Suba as a punishable offense. Also, Punjab's water were unfairly taken away, and were directed into other states with no compensation. Punjabi farmers, who produced the majority of grain for the country, were being denied due compensation for their produce, and thus the Anandpur Sahib resolution was drafted. Jaswant, being an activist, appreciated the demand for decentralization and fair compensation for the use of state resources. The government attempted to crush Dharam Yudh Morcha to appease the Indian majority. Its atrocities caused more and more Sikh youths to take arms and engaged in armed rebellion against the government. Fast forward today, and the fight has not stopped for Sikhs. Sikhs once again are taking a stand and protecting the livelihood of farmers in Punjab, and also farmers all throughout India. Back in September 2020, the government instilled 3 agriculture acts. And essentially, these laws reduce small farmers' profits while allowing bigger corporations to profit on their labor. Many families in Punjab and in other states in India still heavily rely on agriculture to feed their communities and support their families. The government is failing to protect the common people and cares more for the political rewards it will receive from larger corporations. And the poor farmers are sadly paying the price. These injustices root from institutions like the police system, the judicial system, and the parliament not representing the poor and minority groups such as the Sikh, Dalit, and Muslim communities. With this lack of government support, often these communities end up unprotected and marginalized. We saw this during the Punjabi Suba movement. However, the only difference is that the Punjabis were not alone, but the entire farmer community was with them. However, these inequalities have not stopped our Sikh activists. We do not give up. We come together and we stand together. The farmers did not give up. Thousands peacefully gathered at the Delhi border, demanding the repeal of the new laws. Farmers young and old, women and men, left their families and gathered for over a year through hot temperatures, harsh winters, and with COVID spreading and taking lives to prevent the unjust practices harming small farmers. Their determination inspired a global movement. With the power of social media, we shared and spread the word about our Punjabi brothers and sisters. We marched in cities all across the world in solidarity. Our community can reflect again on the importance of mass movements and how with social media we are now able to amplify our voices. But also we can learn the importance of not giving up in the face of adversity. Standing up and talking about the attacks on our rights is not easy. We will face setbacks and failures along the way. However, we Sikhs do not give up, and we live in Chardi Kala and wish for Sarbat da Pala. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
last participant for group 4 is Sej Kaur. Sej Kaur.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਬੋਲ ਸੋ ਧਰਮੀੜਾ ਮੌਨ ਕਤ ਧਾਰੀ ਰਾਮ Jaswant Singh Khalda understood this call well, as should the rest of the Sikh community. In the age of activism, it is imperative that Sikhs in India continue to fight for the same civil rights they have been for a century. Now let's go back to 1952, to a little village called Khalda, right on the edge of the new border. 1925 ਤੇਰੇ ਦਾਦਾ ਜੀ ਹਰਨਾਮ ਸਿੰਘ ਖਾਲੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਸੀ ਗਦਰ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੇਖ ਲਿਆ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਗੁਲਾਮ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਦੇ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਆਜ਼ਾਦੀ ਲਈ ਲੜੇ ਜਸਵੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਖਾਲੜਾ's ਬਾਪੂ ਜੀ must have recounted something like this. His eyes must have glistened with pride as he spoke about his father's revolutionary actions, and little Jaswant Singh must have lit up with fervor right along with him. His Bapuji's remarkable devotion to the valiant stories of heroes like Mai Paggo, Bhagat Singh, and his very own ancestor Sardar Sura Singh captivated the child. But most importantly, they instilled Sikh values into his mind. But alas, the partition and its consequences could not be ignored. And as Jaswant Singh Khalda stood at the edge of the new border, waving to his separated brothers on the other side, as the Indo-Pak War of 1965 wreaked havoc over his land, as he watched how people who had been brothers just 15 years ago brutally killed each other for their governments, he must have thought, mere dada ji is halatan vaste tani lade si. So he did something about it. From building the Naujawan Parth Sabha to investigating the murders of thousands of Sikh youth after 1984, Bapuji and his stories created a warrior of truth and justice, and such Sant Sabahis were certainly necessary in the coming years. In response to his promises of a Sikh nation before partition, Jawaharlal Nehru said, "Tab baat aur thi, ab baat aur hai." Te baat aur thi. India switched to joint electorate in 1951 cleverly hindered any minority representation in government. Thus, with the stroke of a pen, the political and social demotion of the Sikhs began with legislative oppression. In 1956, the States Reorganization Act dictated that states would be created based upon linguistic boundaries. However, although everyone in the Pepsu region spoke Punjabi, the Indian government refused to recognize it as the official language, meaning both the Punjabi language and culture would soon die out. Fueled by this very threat, the Akali Dal party organized the Punjabi Suba movement to demand the recognition of Punjabi as the official language. However, this ultimately backfired with the Punjab Reorganization Act. All non-Sikh areas were coerced to list Hindi as their main language, which then divided East Punjab into 4 separate regions. In this way, the Indian government was effectively able to isolate the Sikhs in terms of language, religion, region, occupation, and culture. This was a major hindrance during Indira Gandhi's centralization of power. Although all states of India did suffer, Punjab witnessed mass civil unrest and consequently mass oppression. Because the Sikhs were a majority in Punjab, the state could be brutally targeted without any fear of harming Hindu citizens. Furthermore, with partition, 2 of Punjab's 5 rivers had already been allocated to Pakistan. However, the remaining 3 were also redistributed to other states through the pretense of irrigation canals. Worst of all, not a single rupiah of monetary gain from the rerouted water was paid back to Punjab. So while the land of the 5 rivers did remain the breadbasket of India, none of the Sikh farmers were benefiting substantially from their yields. So, with the combined effects of restricted political representation, forced isolation, and economic injustice, the Indian government effectively set the stage for the Anandpur Sahib Resolution, and thus the Khalistani movement. So what relationships can I draw between the movements in the 20th century and the Kisan Morcha? Well, even now, all the previous repressive policies have been maintained. Punjab is still not compensated for its water. The government is extremely centralized and the farmers remain underpaid. But this time, the infamous Farmers' Bills took it a step further and devised a convoluted way for government-affiliated corporations to capture the common man's land. This would essentially mean that the entirety of India's agriculture would be in the hands of an oppressive regime. The modern-day feudalism, or Kisan Morcha, was a result of the government's continuation of previous unjust policies. One of the major successes of the Kisan Morcha that we really haven't seen in prior movements was the unity and alliance between Hindus and Sikhs. India's oppressive policies had the effect of severely polarizing these two groups. However, these bills affected all farmers, which meant Hindus from Haryana and Uttar Pradesh stood alongside the Sikhs. Because of this, the Indian government could not isolate the Sikhs as anti-nationalists or secessionists. In fact, the greatest success of the Kisan Morcha is that the Kisans did not allow the Indian government to censor them or their cause. The organizational strength of the movement brought together so many different people, and as a result, both the Indian Sikhs and the global Sikh community took to social media, storming it with live videos, sensational posts, and daily updates. The kind of censorship that forcibly hid the genocides of Operations Blue Star and Woodrose was not allowed to be implemented. However, one major challenge to the Kisans was the divisiveness within the Sikh community. Similar to the animosity between the Akali Dal and Sant Bhindranwale, there seemed to be two agendas in the mix, one that was focused singularly on the farmers' bills, and one that pushed to address all of the unjust policies against Sikhs. Seeing the conflict between the community demoralized many during the hardest months of the Morcha, and it led to less decisive actions. Now, although the Farmers' Bill has been repealed, it is important to remember that the root problem has not yet been solved. And so for Sikh movements in the future to gain more momentum, we cannot stop the war at the end of each battle. If Sikhs are to escape the oppression they face in India, the corruption within the Indian government itself must be eradicated. And to do this, we must work as a panth. In the globalized world that we live in, international connections, understanding between the Sikhs and Hindu allies are all great contributors to our cause, but they cannot work individually. Hoye ikattar, milo mere pai, dubida dur karo livlai. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh.
Satsangat ji, that was group 4. ਹੁਣ ਅਸੀਂ group 5 ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ. Age group is 16 to 22 years. Theme ਹੈਗਾ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਦਾ ਭਲਾ, social justice. ਇਸ ਦੇ 3 questions ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ. Question 1. Every day Sikhs do ardas for sarbat da pala. How do you define sarbat and who, what do you think is included in sarbat as per Gurmat? If the purpose of life is to become one with Akal Purakh Vaheguru, as taught to us by the Guru Sahibs in Gurbani and as exemplified in their lives, what role does the concept of Sarbat da Pala play in our journey towards Vaheguru? Question 2. Charity and social justice are important ideals in Western culture. Are these concepts similar to Sarbat da Pala? Explain why or why not with references from Gurbani, the lives of the Gurus and Sikh history from the 18th century to present times. Last question. Our great and rich Sikh heritage is full of inspiring examples of how Sarbat da Pala was put into action by the great Gursikhs of the past by following the footsteps of the Gurus. Learning from them, what kind of projects and platforms are potential avenues in the religious, political, and social spheres for Sikhs, both individually and collectively, to carry forward the mission of Sarbat da Pala today? Now for this group, we have only one participant. So there are no judges, but judges sari sangat hi hoegi. So please, agar tuade kol koi comments hege ne, if you have any feedback, if you have any thoughts, please share that with the participant directly or with Mali Panji or one of the volunteers. We will really appreciate it. The participant hegi hai sari Sirat Kaur.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. My name is Sirat Kaur Sohal, and today I will be talking to you about Sarbat da Pala. But wait a minute, what exactly is Sarbat? First, let's ask Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Our fifth Guru, Guru Arjan Dev Ji, beautifully guides us with Ek Pitta, Ekas Keham Barak, Tu Mera Gurhai. This is why I define Sarbat as having and acting upon goodwill for all of Vaheguru's creations. This encompasses every single living being, even people we deem as good and bad. By embodying Sarbat, we have to look past our apparent divisions and realize that we're all really one and the same. For example, let's say that you know someone named Maya, but you two disagree on everything, from politics to lifestyle, and even matters relating to Sikhi and raising a family. This makes it really easy to dislike Maya. After all, you're both opposites, so it's easy to not extend empathy to her and to not bear any goodwill towards her. But with Sarbat da Pala, we are reminded to look past these divisions. Yes, you and Maya hold different viewpoints, but so what? She, just like you, was sent to this planet as a human being with a purpose. She, just like you, was lovingly created by and is looked after by Vaheguru. So rather than oppose Maya because of your differences, recognize how you are still one and the same. And it's not just Maya. You are one and the same with every person on this planet. Look past your differences and see how interconnected we all really are. This is where Sarbat comes in. Once you understand and truly feel this way, wishing for the welfare of others will be as natural as breathing, because why shouldn't it be? We're all Vaheguru's creations, and we're all meant to tread upon a journey back to him. By embodying Sarbat Tapala, you will be operating at such high vibrations, the same ones that Vaiguru, a pure divine light, fully and eternally encompasses. This is why Sarbat is so important. By working towards embodying this in our daily lives, we slowly but steadily look past our ego and feel compassion for all, a feeling that goes beyond our man-made borders and allows us to operate at our deepest levels and connect further with Akal Purak. But now, let's talk about whether Sarbat Tapala is like the Western concepts of charity and social justice. According to the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, charity means, and I quote, aid given to those in need. In other words, charity is when an individual donates to the less fortunate. But who exactly can this individual be? Well, according to Andrew Carnegie, a mid-19th century American philanthropist who heavily influenced practices of charity, this individual can only be an affluent person who, due to moral obligation, donates part of their wealth to those who are not as well off by comparison. Although charity is a nice Western ideal, it does not involve welfare for the whole of humanity, only the individuals that you deem as beneath you in terms of status and wealth. That is why it is not the same as Sarbat Tapala. It is not the same as Baikaneyaji, who, during battles between the Mughal army and Sikh soldiers in Guru Gobind Singh Ji's time, fed and provided water to soldiers on both sides, even though the Mughals had cut off the Sikh food and water supply. Charity is not the same as Guru Har Rai Ji healing Shah Jahan's ill son, Dara Shikoh, despite Shah Jahan's hostility to the Guru. Charity is not the same as protesting farmers during the Kisan Morcha feeding hungry policemen, even though the police had attacked the farmers with tear gas and water cannons. These examples may include different groups of people during different periods of time, but one thing remains the same. It all focuses on Sikhs practicing the concept of Sarbat Tapala. Social justice, on the other hand, is the fight for equal economic, political, and social rights for all. I believe that this is similar to Sarbat Tapala, as social justice is about furthering welfare for all of humanity by focusing on one individual community or area of society at a time. A great example is feminism, a movement that fights for equality between all genders in hopes of shaping a society in which each and every member is empowered to prosper. In fact, our own Gurujis promoted this social justice movement. For example, Guru Nanak Dev Ji elevated the societal status of women by saying, "So kyo manda aakhiye, jit jamme rajan." Guru Angad Dev Ji upheld education for all genders, and Guru Gobind Singh Ji introduced Panj Kakar and made it clear that it can and should be modeled by both male and female Sikhs. This shows that social justice movements, which are all-encompassing in nature, are also examples of Sarbat, according to both definition and our Sikh history. Now, Sarbat Tapala is cool and all, but how exactly are we supposed to spread its mission? Well, I believe that action is tied with education. So, to promote Sarbat, we must ensure our Sikh community and next generation has both the knowledge of this value and the tools for carrying it forward. Gurdwaras are the perfect place to start. When I lived in Houston, my local Gurdwara held an annual youth camp relating to all things Sikhi. Here, we learned about our history, practiced Gatka, and played the tabla and harmonium, among other things. When this camp concluded, every child walked away with both fun memories and a greater connection to Sikhi. So, what if we implement something similar in our Dallas Gurdwaras, but focus it more on Sarbat Tapala? We can start by teaching our youth the importance and real-world significance of this concept, and then guide them through implementing Sarbat in our communities, be it through individualized projects or a collective one to be carried out by all participating members. But this can also go beyond the religious sphere. For the political and social sectors, Sikh political figures or candidates, as well as regular Sikhs like you and me, can organize campaigns relating to Sarbat Tapala. For instance, we could gather clothing, food, and water and send them to places like Ukraine, where there are both civilians and foreign residents who all lack basic supplies. Essentially, let's combine action with education. Let's talk about Sarbat with our youth and allow them to understand this value while forming their own thoughts on it. Let's discuss how, with our knowledge of Sarbat, we can turn our comprehension into action. And then, with these ideas, let's make them a reality. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Our results are like till the fourth group is already made, means in the process of finishing just few things. So can we take 5 to 10 minutes break for judges, for everybody, and then let's not wait too long because some of you have other things to do. So come back soon. But thank you so much, Dipleen, for taking the stage seva with all the kids and training them behind the stage. Thank you so much. Okay ji, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. So be back by 12:40. 12:40.
It's on. Hi. Hi. Testing. Testing. Testing.
Ooh.
Hi. What is up? So
Wow. We will announce the winner shortly. We will announce the winner shortly. What is up?
What is up? What's up?
This is, and Baba ji ਦੀ ਹਜ਼ੂਰੀ ਚ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ no running. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਐਂਡ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਐਂਡ ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲੀ ਪਾਰਟਿਸਪੈਂਟਸ ਐਂਡ ਬੱਚੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਰਾਮ ਨਾਲ ਬੈਠ ਜਾਓ I'm going to have two speakers here and a little bit advice from them. The one is the young judge who had participated since she was a little kid until all the way to 5th group, Rav Kiran Kaur. She wants to give her advice like to all these participants and the parents what they should be doing or what she has learned and how it affects in our daily lives, even if we feel like it's just an extracurricular activity within the Gurdwara. But it does help a lot outside this world too, in your schools, at your social circles, and how you can bring our religion out to them so they understand what we are learning here. So it is spreading outside too. So she's going to be, Rav Kiran will be the first one to come and give us few words of advice to all the participants and to the parents, judges, and all the adults and the Sangat. Rav Kiran Kaur.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. I just want to say a few things. I think first of all, congratulations to all the participants. You guys are winners already. You guys have taken the initiative to compete in something, and I know a lot of parents also had a huge role in encouraging their kids to do this. So I applaud everyone for being here today and competing. One thing I do want to emphasize is that I want to give a special thank you to the parents, because I know it's really difficult, especially in this world, the upcoming generation, to keep your kids grounded in Sikhi. And I know a lot of you guys have also involved your kids in Khalsa school, Kirtan classes, things like that. So taking the initiative to really enroll your kids in this, have them compete in this. And some of you guys have won first place in locals, and some of you guys are going to go to internationals today. And that's an amazing accomplishment. So I do thank you guys a lot. And one thing I just want to recommend, I know I don't know a lot about parenting or anything like that, but I do want to recommend to parents. Oftentimes we do see some students or some kids in general, they grow up in a Sikh environment, right? They grow up with Sikh values, their parents push them towards Sikhi, and sometimes we often see kids steering other paths, right? I think one thing that I can encourage parents to do is to have, I guess, an open communication with their kids and encourage their kids to explore Sikhi and things that they're interested in. So for example, like for me, I loved music growing up. I played the violin. So I think one thing that my parents did, they encouraged me to go in kirtan classes, tabla classes, learn the taos, and that really helped me gain a love for Sikhi, and that's something I also encourage everyone. In school, I did speech and debate. So my parents put me in the Sikh Youth Speech Symposium, the thing we're doing today. And I think all of these things together really helped me love Sikhi still. And today I started a Sikh Students Association at UTD. And I think everything together, competing in the Sikh Youth Symposium, doing kirtan, learning about Sikhi in and out of the Gurdwara has really helped me with that. So I guess I encourage you to do that. I hope that helps. But I think one thing in general for the students that will be going to internationals, one thing I noticed with the speeches, and again, everybody did an amazing job, but for people that are going to internationals for the first time, I do encourage you guys to focus a lot on your guys' delivery. In internationals, sometimes it can be pretty intimidating. You'll see a lot of kids speaking very loud, amazing diction. They have great voice fluctuation, and they really captivate the audience. And I did see that from a lot of participants today, but I encourage you guys to really emphasize on that, because especially, I would say group 4, group 5, your guys' content is amazing, but I do want to emphasize like being able to speak very loud, get everyone's attention. I think mastering voice fluctuation as well to emphasize certain points you're making in your speech. Like for example, if you're making a call to action to the Sangat, if you're asking them to do something for the Sikh community and you're trying to, I guess, call somebody out, right? I think it's important that at those points in your speech, you raise your voice, you talk louder, use hand actions, you show expression on your face, and that's something you're going to see a lot in internationals. And along with that, you want to make sure your content is really solid, so you're not just having an amazing delivery, but you're also like getting a really important, important point across, and you're also captivating the audience. That's just one thing I want to emphasize. So I guess focusing on your voice delivery and hand actions, that'll be very useful for internationals. That's something they especially look for as well. So I think doing that would be a great addition. And I guess that's all I had to say. I hope that was helpful. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Thank you, Rav Kiran. And now, ਸਾਡੇ ਵੀਰ ਜੀ, ਬਲਵੀਰ ਜੀ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜੇ ਦੱਸ ਕੇ ਜਾ ਸਕੋ, that will be so nice, because the thing is, your kids have been participating since they were in group 1, and you have done an amazing job. ਤੇ ਕਿਆ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ an international, so many times you have gone with the kids. So ਅਗਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜੀ ਵੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਚੀਜ਼ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ ਦੱਸ ਸਕੋ ਕਿ what we should emphasize and where it is going in 21 years, that will be great. And I'm so sorry, ਬਲਵੀਰ ਜੀ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਫਸਟ ਨੇਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਯਾਦ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਨਜੀਤ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਯਾਦ ਆਈ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਹੁਣ ਦੱਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਕੀ ਕਰਾਂ। ਰਜਿੰਦਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਪਾਓ, ਦੇਖ ਲਓ।
Guru Roop, Guru Khalsa Ji, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Panji has certainly put me on a spot that you have to speak something about it. See, it is very easy to create something and start. It is another thing to sustain for many, many years. And personally, we have been involved with this organization, Sikh Symposium, for at least past 10 years when Sehaj was 7. And I don't know if there is a group for a 7 or not, but she still participated. And when I looked at the organization, it really depends on who started it and what was the thought process. It was Kuldeep Singh Toledo, who himself committed his whole life for the Panth, and a very calm and a very learned man. And I could see through the thought process he and his team has put in, including Hardeep Panji, the choice of the books. It is a collective learning process, because the point from where you start the registration and all the way to locals, then to regional, and then to the international, if you get to a chance to go there, it's almost like 3 or 4 months. And the choice of those books is just not random books. Those are Sikh Missionary College, and a lot of issues are connected with the current day scenario. It is very, very easy to praise and talk about Baba Banda Singh Bahadur, and it is very tough, and people will almost always avoid talking about Jaswant Singh Khalda or Punjabi movement, or even Khalistan movement, or Baba Jarnail Singh Pindramale. It is always easy to talk about the past history because there is no consequences of talking about it. If you talk about the current day history, there are certain consequences. And it depends on the organization, who is running the organization, and what is the thought process. So I really admire and appreciate, and I have been doing this for many, many years. And having run the similar programs outside of Gurdwara also, I do know that it is a hell of a task to keep on sustaining for many, many years. So commendable job to the team here, and also the parents who keep on coming and sending their kids. And trust me, it is very few small percentage of the kids who are self-motivated. Almost always you have to push them. You have to keep on pushing them. And the very first question they will ask, why do I have to do this? And it all started with Sehaj. Sometimes people feel that they come here, the presentation is good, people have gone through the number of competitions as well. It is somehow natural. No, it is not. It is a continuous process. And when I say those 3 to 4 months or 5 months, depending on how long the conversation goes on to the regional or the international, It is not just the learning process for the kid, it is for the parents as well. Based on my personal experience, not many have read those books. It is strongly recommended that the parents read those books as well. It's a very carefully chosen books. And when the kids are reading those books and reciting the speeches, even if you're in an office room, you're hearing those things. And sometimes the questions are so tactfully put in, and someone has given a thought what question to put in. Sometimes the 3 questions itself is a half a page. To give a correct answer is another task. It is easy to talk on a coffee table or on a bedroom or in a family setup what could be the response of a specific question. It is another skill, another way to present the information in front of the Sangat. How do you publicly present? And how do you articulate your viewpoint in a short time frame? It's an art. And nobody is born with it. Maybe a very few people, but then practice makes perfect. So you keep on doing this. And based on my 2 kids, I can personalize it, that they have done excellent when it comes to the outside of the symposium. Whenever they have to present somewhere else, they're never shy of a stage fear. Those things will come automatically to you. And the letter that gets sent to your school principal, if you have reached to international level, it boosts your confidence. It certainly boosts your confidence. And next time, you will see a transformational change in a kid. When he or she started, "Main kyun karan? Why do I have to do this?" Reaching to a point where your kid will tell you, "Papa, I don't want your help. I want to write my own speech." They will move away from your shadow because they want to create their own identity. I can talk about my experience. Sahaj never wants to take my help whenever she's writing a speech. She's on her own when she does that. That transformation change is self-rewarding. It is very fulfilling in yourself. And the same thing, it started with Anhad as well. And again, since Panji said that personalize your experience, all I can say is it takes a lot of time. It initially starts with the pushing, then you will start changing, see the changes in the kid, and they will grow on their own. And in this whole process, it's just not the kids who will learn, it is the parents, and it is the Sangat, and also have an uncomfortable part of a history, which in many homes it might be discussed, but in many homes it may not be discussed. It certainly expands your view. You might be at a certain level of a certain information, but once you hear from someone a well-articulated viewpoint from the stage, it will take to a different, at least you will be open to that thought. And again, I keep saying this thing, a commendable job by Kuldeep Singh Tuludu and the team and Hardeep Kaur Panji locally, starting this program and sustaining it for many, many years. And not just picking up the comfortable topics, talking about the current history, and bearing few years in a Maharaja Ranjit Singh time frame, I doubt ever had a very peaceful time period. Maybe from Guru Nanak Sahib to Guru Arjan Patsha, there was a little bit of a peace. The rulers were a little sensible, but there was hardly a peace time. And these things comes out when you are in a peacetime, you develop your art, you develop your culture. So I can keep on going, this thing. But again, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. It will definitely make a drastic change slowly if you keep on pushing, reaching to a stage where you don't have to push. Kids will do on their own. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਰਜਿੰਦਰਬੀਰ ਜੀ ਅਗਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਔਨ ਦਾ ਸਪੌਟ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਰਕੇ ਇੰਨੀ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਐਡਵਾਈਸ ਦੇ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੇ ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਫਿਰ ਤਾਂ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਸੋਹਣੀਆਂ ਹੋਰ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿਣੀਆਂ ਸੀ. So we are going to keep it up and going. But thank you for reminding that yes, it is a task in the beginning, but then they write their own speeches. And task is not done if they come first in group 1, 2, or 3, 4. Task is how your kid maintained the same urge until the 5th group. If they have not gone to the 5th group, there is something that we all need to explore. What went wrong? And we hardly get any kids in 5th group. So that is the point that you brought. And of course, Kuldeep Singh Virji, he's 87 years old and has been doing for 50 plus years. And not only this one, there are retreats and then camps. And if one family and one person can bring this kind of change, why not all of us? And here also to tell you, Rajendra Virji, we have the volunteer constantly going from the last November beginning up till now, and 10 or 12 of those, I tell them, okay, we need a meeting tonight or day after, and they're ready. They're 8 p.m., that's their family time, they're there for 1 hour. So everybody who is sitting here, please sign up for this volunteer work. It will never go waste. You might have question as a parent, you might have a question as a participant, you might have a question as a judge. You will see the process, and then you will have your belief system into it that nobody was biased here. You know, that is the one thing, please take it with you. Because when 2, 3 kids are just neck to neck, I felt so bad for first group, second group, third group, fourth group. Of course, fifth, there was only one. I'm so glad this girl came into this picture. I have to tell you, she just heard us when we were advertising in the Darbar Hall. And she told her mom, I want to participate. And look, Guru di meher da koi ant nahi hai. ਉਹ ਦੇਖੋ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਦ ਕਿ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਤੱਕ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਹਨ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਵਾਂਟ ਟੂ ਗੋ ਟੂ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸੋ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਕਾਲਡ ਮਿਹਰ ਐਂਡ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਐਂਡ ਇਟ ਨੈਵਰ ਗੋਜ਼ ਵੇਸਟ ਐਂਡ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ ਦ ਵੇ ਯੂ ਐਕਸਪਲੇਨਡ ਵਿਦ ਯੋਰ ਐਕਸਪੀਰੀਐਂਸਿਸ ਵੀਰਜੀ ਐਂਡ ਰਵ ਕਿਰਨ from young perspective. So now I'm going to ask Ramit and Jaspreet to come on the stage for group 1 results. I think Arpinder ja chuke ne. And so we will be continuously going. But also remember, in regional competition, I have to tell you, we did the same thing in local. So the first group, in each group, the first award winner gets $50. And the second award winner gets the $40. And third, $30. And the participant, $20. And if you are speaking in Punjabi, $25. So did you see, because people had so many trophies there, so this time we have certificates that you can keep in your resumes and just keep it going there, that you have gone to participate in this kind of a competition. And also remember, like Rajendra Virji said, when the kids perform in their schools, they say, we want to do it next time. And here I hear from my son from the court, and he will say, Mom, I thought about the symposium. When I was presenting there, the gist that I had, the way I was saying it, that is what the passion. That is what the passion keeps it going. So you all are my passion. Keep helping us and keep encouraging the kids, whether they come first, second, third, or participant, keep them encouraging. And you all are winners, I'm telling you. Group 1, 6 to 8 years old. So, ਹਾਂਜੀ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਰਟੀਫਿਕੇਟ ਦੇ ਦੇਣਗੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨਾਲ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਤੇ ਪਾਰਟਿਸਪੈਂਟ ਤੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਾਂਗੀ ਫਿਰ ਫਸਟ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੀ ਗਰੁੱਪ 1 ਚ ਪਾਰਟਿਸਪੈਂਟ ਇਜ਼ ਅਵੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਤੋਂ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਸੌਰੀ I did test you on that, right? I totally forgot you. So the participant is Aveer Singh. Let's go. This is Aveer Singh. And the second part. And the second participant is Sahaj Kaur and also the Punjabi speaker, Sahaj Kaur. And third place winner in group 1 is Naira Kaur. Sat Sri Akal. And second place winner is Sahiba Kaur. We love to hear his comments, always. Sri Akal. So that was group 1 and group. So first, yeah, you know who first is. Jaskirat Singh. We know. Sat Sri Akal. Sat Sri Akal. Sat Sri Akal. ਤੇ ਹੁਣ second group ਦੇ judges I think Charan ਹੀ ਹੈ ਇੱਥੇ ਤੇ one Simran was virtual and Arpinder is gone, so Charan. Only first. You are very good in fighting for your sister. He wanted to send the second place winner to the international. He said, but there are more people here, but there are more. So he's good. Hanji, group 2 which, third place, Manveer Singh. Sat Sri Akal. Sat Sri Akal. Jaskirat Singh ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਅਵਾਰਡ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਓਕੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਅਵਾਰਡ ਵੀ ਅੱਜ ਤੂੰ ਮਨੀ ਕਲੈਕਟ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਬੇਟਾ so you have the Punjabi award too. Yeah. So everybody, if you speak in Punjabi, you get extra award. Sat Sri Akal. So we were going on group 2 and third place was Manveer Singh. Now the second place is Adesh Singh. Acha ji, lo. Here you go. Punjabi speaker. Yes. Sat Sri Akal. Hanji, second place Adesh Singh. Sat Sri Akal. First place in group 2 is Anhad Singh. Sat Sri Akal. Do you want to give it to the second place? So you have to, they have a good picture. Hanji. Group 3, the third place is Pahul Kaur. Sat Sri Akal. Oh, acha. Third group ਦੇ judges ਕੁਲਵੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਵੀਰ ਜੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਜਸਕਿਰਨ। ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਜਸਕਿਰਨ ਚਲੇ ਜਾ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਨੇ, ਸੋ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਸੌਰੀ ਵੀਰ ਜੀ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੇਟ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਬੁਲਾਉਣ 'ਚ। ਤੇ ਗਰੁੱਪ 3 'ਚ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਪਲੇਸ ਇਜ਼ ਤੇਜਸ ਸਿੰਘ। Sat Sri Akal. Group 4. Why I am forgetting the first place? This. Oh my God. Group 3, first place, Ishwir Singh. Sat Sri Akal. Sat Sri Akal. Group 4. Group 4 ਦੇ ਜਸਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਤੇ ਤੇਜਪਾਲ ਭੈਣ ਜੀ। ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਤੇ ਰਵਕਿਰਨ, come. All judges are here. No. So then we will know ਕਿ ਬਈ ਕੌਣ ਜੱਜਿਸ ਸੀਗੇ ਪਿਕਚਰ ਦੇ ਮੁਤਾਬਿਕ। ਆ ਜਾਓ ਭੈਣ ਜੀ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਆ ਜਾਓ। ਯੈਸ, ਇਹ ਯਾਦਗਾਰ ਹੈ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਤੇ ਗਰੁੱਪ 4 ਸੈਕੰਡ ਪਲੇਸ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਕੌਰ। ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। Sat Sri Akal. Group 4, first place, Sahaj Kaur. Sat Sri Akal. Sat Sri Akal. And group 5, Seerat Kaur. ਹਾਂਜੀ ਕੋਈ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਾਂਗੀ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਸਾਡਾ ਹਰ ਵਾਰ ਇੰਨੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਅਰਦਾਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਔਰ ਇੰਨੇ ਮਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਸਮਾਪਤੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਤੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਦੱਸਣ। ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਫਿਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਾਰੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਣੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਰਹੋ, ਜਸਟ 2 or 3 ਮਿੰਟਸ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ। ਐਂਡ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ।
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਗੁਰੂ ਪਿਆਰੀ ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੀਓ, ਇਹ ਮਾੜੇ ਮੋਟੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ, ਇਹ ਵੱਡੇ ਭਾਗਾਂ ਦੀ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਭਾਗ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਬਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਨ ਦਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਾ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਨੇ। ਔਰ ਅੱਜ ਇਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਪਨੀਰੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਾਣੀ ਨਾਲ ਜੋੜ ਕਰਕੇ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਕੁ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀਆਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਔਰ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੀ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਬਲੈਸਿੰਗ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਰਹੇਗੀ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੁਰ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਰਵਾਂਗੇ। ਫਿਰ ਸਾਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤਰੱਕੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਆਪ ਸਾਡੀ ਬਾਂਹ ਫੜਦਾ। ਫਿਰ ਹਰ ਸਾਲ ਜੋ ਇਹ ਉਪਰਾਲਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਭੈਣ ਜੀ ਹਰਦੀਪ ਕੌਰ ਮੱਲੀ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੰਗੀ ਸਾਥੀ, ਵਲੰਟੀਅਰ ਨੇ, ਜੱਜਸ ਨੇ, ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਟਾਈਮ ਕੱਢ ਕਰਕੇ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਹਲਾਉਣਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੱਲ, ਬਾਣੀ ਵੱਲ ਖਿੱਚਣ ਦੀ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਂਘ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਸਹਿਯੋਗ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ। ਪੇਰੈਂਟਸ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਹਰ ਵਾਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਮੇਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਚਰਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹੀ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਹੈ, ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਟੀਮ ਨੂੰ, ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਬਾਣੀ ਅਤੇ ਬਾਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋੜੀ ਰੱਖਣ। ਮੈਂ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਨੈਕਸਟ ਟਾਈਮ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਪੱਗ ਬੰਨ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਆਉਣ, ਦਸਤਾਰ ਸਜਾ ਕੇ ਆਉਣ, ਹੋਰ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦਾ ਮਾਣ ਵਧੇ, ਹੋਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਦੀ ਹੋਰ ਖੋਜ ਕਰੀਏ, ਹੋਰ ਗੁਰ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜ ਕੇ ਰਹੀਏ ਜੀ। ਸੋ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਨ ਕਰਨੀ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ